Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Traderz live trading room for Thursday, November the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Excellent. Okay, well, we got a ton of stuff happening. And I wanted to take a look at a couple of ETFs. Take a look at TAN. This is the solar ETF. Look what's happening to it. And the other one is the cannabis ETF. MJ is up also. So if you're following the U.S. elections at all, you know that these are a couple of industries in which I guess if the Democrats do get power, whatever that means these days, TAN, solars, and cannabis are a couple of sectors that look pretty good. Now remember, yesterday they didn't look so good, but look at TAN, and so individual stocks like SPWR, which yesterday had a crazy day, had to be gapped down and then recovery, and now is gapped up. Oh no, no, it wasn't because you asked a question. Sorry, I apologize for that. When you closed down yesterday, you did a great job. The only thing I do is I do a lock, and that means that when I open the room in the morning, nobody can get in until I actually unlock it. So that's what happened. So ton of stuff happening, guys. Lots and lots and lots of earnings plays. Again, the China auto stocks. And now this, this is going to have a mind of its own. KXIN. They're doing some kind of a merger. CEO and COO have resigned. So KXIN on the move here. This was a crazy one 2 weeks ago, got up to 1340-ish. So again, just have to wait and see. Last week it hit 556. So HOFV. And by the way, I don't have a portfolio. That this is not that sort of a room, Sam, when I'm going to tell you what to buy and sell all day long. Okay, so I think I sort of saw your question just as I was unlocking. HOFV is an earnings play. By the way, look at all the earnings plays. I have sorted on the earnings day column. We have a ton of them. You see 0.25. If you see 0.25, means they released earnings before the market opened. -25, they released after hours. So look at all the earnings plays here. Those are the ones that are up. Here are the ones that are down. So ton of earnings plays. So I'm going to try to get through. Clovis is an earnings play, I believe. CLVS. This is being hammered down. It's down 17%, kind of basing a little bit here, CLVS. Yes, HOV, you're absolutely right. I meant to mention that. HOFV not only is an earnings play, but it also has a deal with SI, Sports Illustrated. Another very low float situation, 3.6 million in the float. Excuse me, sorry. ALTM. Another earnings play, beautiful gap here. Another really low float, $16 stock with a 3.6 million float. Boy, anything can happen here. The next high looking left on the week. Actually, that's not true. Let me take a look here. 1740. Next high looking left on the weekly chart. It's already up 65%, but it's such a low float. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, I'm kind of running through these, Sam. I have no idea what's going to happen once the market opens. I say ALTM. There's the 200-day moving average, so it could stall there. UPWK. Another earnings play, huge gap up. It's an all-time high now. UPWK earnings play. Again, this could keep running. It has no resistance, being at the all-time high. CPRI, another earnings play. CPRI. Now it's starting to fade a bit here. But I looked at this gap. If it can hold this gap, just look left. It's got all this area that it could start to fill in. But it is starting to fade somewhat. Candy, you know, guys, this could be the real sleeper long term. I mean, China auto stock, you know, I'm going to take a look at the other China auto stocks. You know, the XPEV, LI, and NIO. I mean, they're still running higher this morning. It's a low float compared to the rest of them. Only 39 million. They had the news yesterday. EPA approval, so they can sell cars in the States. Of course, it's a China. It's an inexpensive entry into the EV market. So this is one. I mean, I have an alert set right up here over $9, and you know, I'm toying with the idea of swinging this, seeing if it can catch up at all to the other China stocks, other China autos. Look at LI, of course, XPEV, and NIO. All right. I mean, they're all up. Candy is kind of lagging in terms of share price, but look, I mean, look at the float for NIO, 1 billion. Look at the float for LI, 61 million, not excessive. XPEV, 81 million, but look at the float for Candy, KNDI. Now, I'm not saying these are all equivalent companies, but you know, it is the lowest of them all, 39 million. So let me continue. Haynes, HBI is a gap down on earnings. Look at this gap down. I mean, there's a lot of room underneath. You know, again, once the market opens, just have to wait and see how it starts trading. But I mean, there's a lot of room underneath for Haynes. It's a big float. DXYN, a very small one. But again, one of these ones that if it gets rolling because of the float, 11.25 million in the float. It's an earnings play. I don't think I've really ever seen this one before. Out of Georgia, that makes sense, with Dixie Group. And doesn't have a, well, I mean, it's not a beautiful looking weekly, you know, very chopping around, but you never know. I mean, if the volume really picks up with that float. Blue is an E-gap down. Well, QCOM is an earnings play. I was going to get to that. QCOM, of course, they all have the potential to fade. You know, I'm not going to make any predictions on fades or anything like that until the market opens. But QCOM is a huge gap up with 1.1 billion in the float. That's a massive gap for a stock with you know, $1 billion in the float. This all happened after hours yesterday. That's that mauve area right here. Here's the tan area, rosy tan I call it now. That's the pre-market. Blue is a gap down on earnings. BLUE is a gap down on earnings. You know, I mean, again, look where it is. I mean, it's taken out all this. The next low is down here around 41. So I mean, if it continues, there's really no support for it until around 41 on that weekly chart. When I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I mean, at least there is no chart resistance. Maybe around here. Yeah, no, I mean, it's below that level right there on that weekly. Ping is another gap down, PING. I think it's kind of the same thing. Maybe a little more support right here, around 23 for Ping, but it is a gap down on earnings. General Motors, a big gap up on earnings. Big gap up for, well, it's starting to fade a bit, but you know, again, 1.3 billion in the float. At one point, it was up to 37.85. It is starting to fade now a little, but Resi. I mean, by the way, yeah, DGLY is on the move here. Something about cloud-based. I just caught a headline on it. Let's take a look at DGLY. Releases cloud software update. Digital Ally releases cloud software update. So, you know, guys should know all about it, you know, body cams, etc. So DGLY is starting to move here, up 10%, decent volume, low float, 22 million in the float. REZI is another earnings play. There's a big gap up for REZI. I mean, look at the levels. I mean, if it wants to continue, I mean, there's really no short-term resistance. I mean, it's cleared all this on the weekly chart. So start looking left on the monthly. Lots of resistance around 22, but you know, stock's at 15. Not saying it's going to get there. Just saying it's got it's a big gap, and it's holding so far. It's not a low float, 122 million, so it is not a low float. MFA, let me see, MFA was gapping up just as I was concluding my list. It is an earnings play also. MFA, you know, I mean, this is one a few weeks ago, was up an $8 stock. That's right, I remember it got hammered down. And it's not a low float, 374 million in the float. But I mean, if it can ever really break out of here, there's the next high looking left. I'm going to stick an alert at 368. See if it takes that out later on today or maybe tomorrow. If it does, it can start to fill in this void. Azul. What they're doing is, this is a Brazilian airline. And they're saying now, you know, here's where statistics can really not really make a lot of sense. I think what they're saying is that they're going to have a growth of 100, Q4 capacity growth of 100% compared to what? But anyway, that's the headline for Azul. 109 million in the float, has some room to the 1460 level. Somebody asked what's happening to gold. I don't know what is happening to gold. Yeah, it's up. I mean, gold is up. I see there are a couple of little gold plays at HMY. HMY released earnings. I believe HMY is an earnings play. Sorry, it is not an earnings play. But HMY, usually I don't really look at these. It's because of the float. $500 million in the float. I just don't know how much more room these will have. Silver, AG is an earnings play. First Majestic Silver is an earnings play. It is up. So I mean, you know, we're in earnings season. Guess what had earnings? Not that it matters that much. Nobody's into this company because of earnings, but I mean, what a move it had at the end of the day yesterday. The APVO and after hours almost got up to 20. It's fading now. Ooh, it is shortable. 40,000 shares. This is one where yesterday, I mean, shorts became available, became unavailable, and I'm talking within Interactive Brokers. Well, better late than never in terms of discovering risk management. Just one moment, please. And Sava, again, I would keep watching Sava. You never know what could happen with this. With their news that had yesterday, it is, you know, it's up a little. It's really not doing too much. I think I have an alert set at the high of that week, right up here. Let's see if it regains its luster from yesterday. Not doing too much yet, not very much volume. All right, I'm going to take a quick look, see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. What I'm really looking forward to is to see if there are any multiple upgrades on a single stock. And again, we have more upgrades and downgrades. That has been the pattern. So let me get them in here. What is this? Okay, I'm going to get the upgrades in right now. Yeah, I shouldn't have jumped to the conclusion just based on your name, Emmanuel, but I thought I'd take a shot at it. You can see Microsoft has an upgrade. So a lot of the techs, Logi. Okay, I do not see any multiple upgrades. Multiple upgrades for what I'm talking about are the same stock having upgrades from different analysts. I'm not seeing any this morning. On the upside, let me see if there's anything on the downside. And I don't see any multiple downgrades either. I'm hearing ALTM. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Well, I mean, if a stock is breaking out, no, there's no guarantee it's going to continue. But I mean, look at an ALTM now. It's through the 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play. Just back this out. So when you look left on the weekly chart, I mean, there's the next high looking left. So I mean, stock, it's obviously pretty strong. I mean, it had a great reaction to earnings after hours. It's continuing this morning, and it's a very low float, very low float. But when you look left, I mean, it still has some room. So that's what I mean anyway when a stock looks strong. So that's why I have these higher time frames always here. Now, guys, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, you'll see nothing in these two windows until at least 9:45. This one, the repeating version, will show up. You'll start to see some alerts at 9:30. Again, these are just ideas. These are not buy, okay? If you're new to the room, this is not just because you get an alert doesn't mean it's a buy. It's just it's an idea. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. In order to see this, just click from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and my watch list, Barry's watch list, okay? You'll see these three windows, plus a couple of charts maybe. But before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud, okay? If you have a layout already loaded, make sure you have saved it. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so you don't want to lose your layout. So make sure you do save your layout to the cloud before you load anything from the channel bar. And I do want to just pop this. What time is it? 9:23. I've got a little bit of time. Look at the ALTM, guys. I mean, look at this running here. And why is it doing this? Look at the float, 3.6 million in the float. That doesn't mean you chase this. I mean, you can't. I mean, it's not shortable either for me at Interactive Brokers. So I'm sure there could be other brokers that have shorts available. It is not shortable for me. I am going to put the test drive link in right now. Okay, so it's been showing up on my gap up. I'm sharing a lot of scans. Okay, first I just want to do a quick explanation about the test drive. I put the test drive link in. So if you click on that test drive link right there, you'll be brought to this page. You can sign up for the test drive, which you're doing. If you're doing it right now, you're pre-registering. For $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service for 2 weeks. November 9th through the 20th. Look at ALTM, my goodness. Because of that float. So what you're doing today, if you click on this link and you sign up, you're pre-registering, all right? So you have no live data until 7 o'clock Monday morning, but you will have access to the program to play around with it, probably a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday. That's what I would give it. I mean, they say maybe 20 minutes after, but I'd give it a couple of hours so that you can play around with it over the weekend. And I would also recommend that you take a look at the 20 short lessons. So get prepared. If you're going to be doing this test drive, get prepared a little bit, the 20 short lessons. Never mind that it says 20 lessons in 20 days, but what is a top list? What is an alert window? All the basic features of trade ideas. So when you come into if you're taking the test drive, so when you start off Monday morning, you're not just completely starting from scratch. Now, somebody asked, where did I see that ALTM as an example? Well, if I go to the change from the close, I'm going to see it right at the top here. If you click on my homepage link, people used to doing it this way. Time is it? 9:26, okay, 4 minutes before the open. If you do click on my homepage link, you see where it says Barry's homepage, click on the link. And one of the sections here, it says click on my scans, click here to get my scans, if you click there. So you'll notice here are all the scans that I'm sharing. These are the four that I'm using in the pre-market: gap up, gap down, pre-market up, pre-market down. So you can see all sorts of action in the pre-market using these four scans. All right, so I am going to drop these two out. Meanwhile, I'm hearing, the solars are going strong, guys. Take a look at the solar ETF. If you just want to participate in, the overall market, the overall solar market, there is the solar ETF, TAN. And we've got a lot of, I haven't mentioned any of these specific cannabis plays. Cron, I know, had earnings, but look at AFA, APHA. Look at the potential gap it can fill on the daily. Cron was an earnings play. CRON. It's not as nice looking as AFA. I mean, look how choppy this is, on the daily chart. So AFA's definitely has some room. It's a big float, over $250 million in the float. But I mean, look at the difference between Cron and APHA. Look at the daily chart. Can you see how much room there is? Now that doesn't mean, I'm not saying it's going to get here. I'm just saying that at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Other reasons why a stock won't keep going up, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. So when you look at Cron, I mean, look at that daily chart. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Not that things are completely, I always say it is not that things are completely settled down after the first 15. And we are going to open in about 30 seconds, okay? 30 seconds to the open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. BLRX is actually an earnings play. I did see it this morning. Well, I thought it was an earnings play. Maybe it's one of the other little ones that starts with a B. something else. And we are now open. Okay, now this has really pulled back a lot. You know, HOFE, it's an earnings play plus some kind of a deal they announced with Sports Illustrated. But it's really pulled back quite a bit. It's not shortable for me. So you're Mr. CDE. I did see. You know, well, in the silver, I did see CDE. Nice a cap up also. Yes. Really, I know you were talking about. I think that was you who talked about it. Earnings didn't really do too much that day, but hey, I mean, my problem with it is doesn't look like it has a lot of room, but good for you. All right, so let's take a look at what the market is starting to show us. I mean, of course, we've got gapping up on all the indices. The net tech is up, Dow's up, SPY's up. And it's holding the pre-market so far. There's another gold play. KGC is an earnings play also. So gold is strong. Just taking a look at all the indices. Everything is blue, which means every indice is up for the day. Okay, I mean, this one is fading. You know, I only really talked about this one just in case because of that float, it did something crazy. And that's the DXYM, but it doesn't look like it is going to. All right, well, when I say my Sava is actually starting to fade somewhat. Now look at HO. Okay, now there's a nice pop for HOFV. Low flow, 3.6 million in the float. Here's another. Make sure I'm right. No, actually, this is not. This is actually CNHI is a UK stock. It has earnings. I usually shy away from the ones that trade because obviously this will trade in the FTSE, but I'm assuming it will anyway. But you know, I mean, it's a big float, almost 1 billion shares in the float. But it has a little bit of room looking left on that little bit of room on that weekly chart. You know, I would think 950 is going to stall it. So, you know, it doesn't have a tremendous amount of room. You can always tell a stock that trades on another exchange when you see, you know, these sort of weird looking daily charts. Yeah, I'm not a big, you know, I'm not, do not profess to know much about the gold market in general. Okay, so I can't make any recommend. Look at HOFE. Wow, looked like it was going to fade badly, but it has just popped off 3. Yeah, I typically don't. If I am going to swing anything, it's usually what I would call it's an individual stock. I don't get too involved in ETFs. But there could be other people in this room that might have an opinion on that. And that's all it's going to be is an opinion. Well, look at plug. Yes, plug. So it's funny because yesterday, you know, it was doing this. The beginning of the day, the China autos were going crazy, but it seemed more like the infrastructure stocks weren't not as strong. Witness what plug was doing most of the day. It did rally at the end. Of course, I think, you know, if the Democrats do win, I know think Biden was talking about what, 30,000 or 60,000 charging areas around the states. So I mean, this would obviously help a company like Plug, I guess. Well, Plug, yeah, I'm on a mission here. Hey, I patented that, Torps. You can't use that. All right, so the cinema. This is wow. Look at this. CNK had earnings such as they are. CNK, the cinema. I mean, really, really starting to move down now. CNK. Now, you never would have thought this was going to happen based on the pre-market action of HOFV. Looked like it was just, it's still up even here, but look at the pop it's had. But look at wow. I mean, XPEV is catching up to NIO now. If you're not familiar with XPEV and LI, these are a couple of other China automakers, all all-time highs now. NIO almost got to JP Morgan's targeting of 40. I don't know why, maybe I shouldn't be, but I'm still kind of fixated somewhat on Candy, KNDI, another China automaker. I actually have an alert set up here around 9:18. That was the high of yesterday. And see if it can kind of do a little bit like what the LIs and the XPEVs and the NIOs are doing. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously I have my own buy signals, I guess. I'm just going to wait though. Again, I just wait that first 15 out. I will miss the ones that keep running, but that's just the way it is. Look at CVA, guys. Now take a look at this. 1094 is the high a few months ago. It's right there. This is one that I've been watching for a while. I wanted to see it take out that 11. I'm going to stick an alert at 1111 and see if it can take that out. If it does, look left. It's got room. Teva is really gapping down here on earnings. It's a big float, $1 billion in the float. So I don't know how much more dynamic it's going to be, but again, you can just see if it can take out 842. I think that's 842, 846 right there. I mean, it has room underneath. I'm going to stick an alert right there, see if it takes it out later on. Very weak earnings play. All right, I am going to give you a video. We call them symbol lists. It's the same thing, okay? So it's a video how to create a symbol list. I'll put it in the YouTube feed too. So the precious metals, EXK, another silver play. This is another earnings play, EXK. Yeah, this is an earnings play also, this QRTEA, another earnings play. Look at CVA getting closer and closer. You know, guys looking for potential swings. I mean, you know, this is this takes this out. I mean, it has a shot to get up to the 16 level. It's already had earnings on the 29th, so you don't have to worry about getting stumped by earnings. There it is, right there. That was, yeah, so there was the reaction to earnings. There's the 200-day, so it's cleared that. No issue now with the 200-day moving average. Another little one, another earnings. See all these earnings plays? Some of them you've probably never heard of, but look at this one. ONCT, look at the float, 13 million in the float. Look at the volume that is coming in. I mean, it doesn't trade very much. The issue I have with it, it looks like there'd be a ton of resistance right around 220-ish. I mean, just look at that daily chart. Look at all this right up here. That's too bad. I mean, if that weren't there, I mean, with that float. Okay, again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. OLN, another earnings play. Okay, guys, if you have the AI, you know there are a couple that are right in my wheelhouse. Well, I guess there are actually three now, but two of them. I like the ones that are under $20. I'm going to go over the AI in a little bit, but so again, look how whippy things can be in that first 15 minutes. So the HOFV. So what did it get to? It got all the way up to almost $4. It pulled all the way back almost to 3. I mean, these are big percentage moves. Yeah, just be aware. I'm sure you know. When I looked at the ONCT, just be aware of this 220 level. I mean, that's still 10% away if it can get there. Another one that is not shortable for me. All right, so the market is doing really nothing. SPY is just doing really nothing right now. Still a big gap up, holding the gap. Well, good. Well, congratulations on taking that one. ONCT, it's right at this. It looks like it's trying to pop through. I mean, if it can really get through there, 277 is the next area. Now, it looked like it did stall here. All right, guys. Well, definitely a nice little winner early for the AI. I just want to show, there it was, 913, 956. up 4.6%. I'm going to go over the AI in a little while. Yeah, well, HBI, wow, it continues down here. So earnings play just continued straight down. You know, Real was talking maybe looking for a bounce. Not yet anyway. It's an earnings play. Big float. All right, so CNHI, guys, this could be interesting. I mean, it has a little bit of room to about that 960 level. CNHI, it just showed up here, 921. Now there's the CVA. CVA now over that 11. I hasn't quite hit my... Now again, just because I have a price alert here doesn't mean I take the trade. I just want to see how it's trading. I mean, CVA is looking really, really interesting. You know, again, as a potential, those of you who like to swing, I mean, it's potential. The Resi do 1485. Okay, so the high in the pre-market for Resi, his earning play, was 1539. Another earnings play, guys. Glue Mobile, GLW. Okay, GLUU, not W. Another earnings play. Look out below. I mean, right there. What's the low right there? 689. It's right at the lows right there. If it takes that out, the next, I mean, it really doesn't have a lot of support. GLUU. Now, a word about the AI. Just because the AI got out because, you know, this is a target that was hit, doesn't mean you had to. I mean, this is still working very, very well. So there would be no reason. This is why we always say the AI, you know, you should manage the exits on your own. Very, very nice. I am surprised that it looks like it's going through this. It didn't take that much to get through this. It did pull back a little. So your next area for ONCT could be that 270 area. Yeah, well, the low floats, look at here. I mean, here. This is another earnings play. This is starting to move down also underneath that big psychological number of 20. I see OL. I know OLN is not the Outdoor Life Network, but I don't think it is anyway. No. OLN, another earnings play. Again, look at this. I mean, if it 1944, next high is looking left on that weekly chart. Okay, here's a cannabis play. ACB taking out 5. You're right. Absolutely. I actually saw some news on PLTR yesterday. So this is a, if I was not familiar with this, this is an to the market IPO, I guess I'll call it. Did not go through the traditional IPO. So bypassing the big financial, the Goldman Sachs and all to take them public. And it really hadn't done too much, but look at this now. It is an all-time high. Not that it 1145. That was the high that week. Yeah, even NKLA is moving. I saw that one this morning. Stock that, of course, gets a lot of press, beaten up horribly by those short sellers. NKLA. You can see this got all the way up to almost $100. Another EV play, electric vehicle sector. Okay, I'm kind of watching the CNHI. It's pretty sleepy right now. Let's see if it takes this out, this 923. All right, well, first 20 minutes in the books anyway. HBI is looking weaker now. I mean, there's a little bit of a, look like I tried to pull up a little bit here, but it's looking weaker again, HBI. Support, I mean, the support is still a long ways away. CVA CVA on the move. Well, you talk about a whippy stock. Look at this HOFE, but that's what can happen when you have a low float. Okay, if you're wondering what I mean by the float, that 3.63 million, those are the available number of shares for trading. That's a very low number. That's the supply of stock. When you get a stock that has demand for whatever reason, some kind of a catalyst. This has two catalysts. Well, I don't think earnings was a big deal, but I think the big catalyst is some kind of a deal that they're doing with Sports Illustrated. So there's your catalyst. There's your news catalyst. I mean, just look at the volume, 17 million shares. Just 1 second, please. Now, coming into maybe some resistance around 460. All right, guys, CVA, I mean, it is, boy, look at the room it's got. You know, I talked about this one, I guess it was last week, or was this Monday? What are we now, Thursday? Okay, Thursday. Yeah, that's Monday. There was the earning on Friday, but I said, let's see if it, two things, take out 10 and also that 200-day moving average. And it did both. I don't know, market's putting in a nice big green bar. The cannabis play on the move. How is TAN doing? How's that solar ETF doing? Wow, look at this. I mean, there was the pre-market. I mentioned HBI. This looked like this was that little pull-up, short-lived. I don't know how easy it would have been to get the short. I did not take it, but easy. It's down 19%. So the uptick might have been a challenge to get it where you wanted. I don't know if anybody did short it. ACB on the move here. You look at, boy, if it can take out 570, these marijuana plays, cannabis plays, I mean, it has some room. It's a big float, fairly big float. Man, HOFV, wow. Look at the volume, 22 million shares. So there's the float. This will trade the float probably by the end of the day. Let's take a guess. 10 times? Easy 10 times. I mean, it's already at 22. Just divide 3.6 into 22.9. So an easy 10 times today, I'm sure. Which will mean 36 million shares. All right, now keep an eye on MFA. Now the only problem is, I mean, look at the float, 374 million in the float. So it's a massive float for a $3 stock. The high looking left is 319. It's almost there. If it can break out at 319, I mean, did hit 320 in the pre-market. I mean, it's an earnings play. It could run a little bit. This stock was up to $8 a few weeks ago, a few months ago, I guess. So even though that looked like a late alert, it already had the big move. Look at 4 to 5 now. There's the MFA, CVA. I'm just taking a look at some of the things on my watch list. Even the Resi is starting to come back. This one did not move, I don't think, very much. Well, I mean, it could be sneaky, that's all. It could be a sneaky one, CNHI. So this is a watch list I create every day. Well, that is one big wow for HOFE. I mean, look how it was, moving in the pre-market. Looked like that was it. And this is just got halted. HOFE just got halted. So if you're in this one, it should be okay. Usually the first halt is okay. And it's a volatility halt. This is what I'm talking about. See, it just got halted because of volatility. It's basically just math. How quickly it went in a price increase in a time period. It's just math. And here's your ONCT. Congratulations. That surprised me how easy it took out this area. ONCT, another low float, but the HOVFE is way lower in the float. So a couple of halts right there. Again, these are scans that I am sharing. And when I say a good halt, a lot of times that first time a stock gets halted, it will pop a little bit afterwards. You know, the first time, sometimes even the second one, sometimes the third, if it gets halted a third time, usually that could be the end of it for a while anyway. Okay, talked about these two yesterday, Geo and what's the other one? Starts with C. Help me, guys. The other prison stock, as we call them. CVX, is that it? CVX? No, that's Chevron. CXW, thank you, William. CXW. So both Geo and CXW, they look very, very similar in terms of a chart. And these are, when I say a prison stock, I mean they own, I think what they do is they own a lot of land the prisons are built on and they run them. I think that's what these are all about, and you know, they're privatized, and I think, you know, there's a movement, I suppose, to not have private prisons anymore. I don't know. That's something that you guys, I'm in Canada, so we don't have a privatization of our prisons in Canada. Contract prisons, thank you, okay. HBI just continues down here, guys. Well, that's another one too, Torps. You're right. If it in fact happens that they decriminalize marijuana, yeah, well, it might not be the great halt, guys. I'm just looking here. It looks like it's stacking up at 521, 521, so this may not be a good halt. Now, I may pop down and come right back up, but just you know, be really, really careful now. And if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be 10:05 plus 2 seconds. This is what I'm talking about. Usually these halts are 5 minutes. So that'll be like literally 2 seconds after 10:05. Really? It shouldn't have done that. Let me try. You know, I'm going to go over that in a little bit. Are you sure you didn't that you shorted more shares than you actually owned? Is that possible? Do you know what I mean? Like you might have had 200 shares and maybe you accidentally put, okay, there it is. Yeah, unfortunately, now let's see if it holds this, and it looks like it's trying to hold it. But nobody should be hurt by this because I mean you would have been in a lot earlier. So just does that make sense, Emmanuel? Now, within most brokerage platforms, there is a way in which. Okay, okay, that's why. Good. And ONCT opened. Yeah, there is a way with most brokerage platforms that you can put a block on that happening. But some people like that because they want to they want to get out and start immediately a short position. Okay, guys. Luckily, if you're in that one, it popped right back up. HOVFE. So after some gasping, maybe it got all the way down to 5, and it popped right back up. This could get halted again. Yeah, this could get halted again. Just watching to see. Well, okay, so that if you were in this one, I mean, you should be out a lot of it, especially on that move right up there. Boy, look at this. I mean, ONCT, not only did it, I mean, it blew right through the 200-day moving average so far anyway. There's 275. I didn't block it at all either. See, this is the one that I kind of thought might do something, an earnings play. Cheap one with a low float, but it hasn't done anything yet. DXYN. I mean, there's just no volume. Compare that to, I mean, look at the volume, 10 million. This will trade the float also, 13 million in the float. Well, boy, was I wrong about ONCT, thinking it would stall right around here. Fast and furious action as always. Even though the market really is not doing too much, doesn't matter. We've got all sorts of, this is all earnings, guys. I mean, these are, everybody focuses on earnings. What's Facebook doing? What's Google, Amazon, Microsoft, all the big guys. You want to know where the big movers are? I mean, these these little ones you've never even heard of. Amazon is not going to go up 100%. Facebook is not going to go up 100%. Now, super risky. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this is not easy. But that's why, these I don't even call them second tier earnings plays. These are like third or fourth tier earnings plays that have, when they have earnings, they're having their day. Tomorrow could dry up completely. The other one, the HOFE. Now, the HOFE is a little bit different. It is an earnings play. My guess is that there's no way in the world it would have done what it's doing without the concurrent news of a deal with Sports Illustrated. Well, guys, another cannabis play here. Tilray, TLRY. How did that other one do when I said it? APHA, that's the one I was. And let's see, another halt here, guys. TH, what did it do? Now, this is not an earnings play. TH just got halted. I see what happened here. Receives a buyout offer. I don't know who these guys are, but from TDR Capital. Received a buyout offer from TDR Capital. So that's the reason for the halt. I wouldn't pay too much attention to this one. I mean, it's not a big float, but it's a buyout offer. I didn't see a price. Okay, now the market's putting in a move. Now the market is putting, there's a nice little green bar on the 15 minutes, so the market's putting in a bit of a move here. Give me a moment here, just checking something on my other monitor. All right, sorry guys, I'm just following an email discussion. Guys, if you have the AI, check out the one that starts with the letter V. Well, VG. I'll just tell you. Look at the reentry. Well, today, I mean, Sava. I'm not saying it's going to completely come back, but it may be just resting. I mean, let's see what happens going forward. I'd still rather get into something that has room than has a bunch of resistance. Just putting the odds in our favor, that's all. Boy, this one, look at this one moving again. Remember, this hit after hours, it hit almost 20, 1955-ish. Okay, another, okay, TH just got unhalted, resumed, but I don't see, this is again, somebody's making an offer to buy them out. Oh, I have no idea. I mean, it's just the way it's been optimized of her RKT. I don't really pay any attention to targets. The reason being is that I mean, if just like earlier, if the trade is still working, why would you get out just because the AI is saying, well, there's a target? If the trade is still working, okay, guys, I have to draw your attention to there it was. Okay, VG got stopped out. There was your re-entry at 1220, 1248 now. Okay, I'm going to go over that again. Yeah, wow. Yeah, ALTM, another earnings play. Just got halted. I, I kept Newell, NWL, on the watch list just in case. I mean, it might, probably 20 is going to be, but this, I might keep this on the watch list for a while. This had earnings on the 30th. Guys, I mean, keep an eye on this one, this DYXN or DXYN. It hit $1.40 in the pre-market. I mean, it is an earnings play. I'd like to see the volume. I mean, it is trading 26 times normal. That just tells you it's only traded 317,000, but that's 26 times normal. So this does not trade very much. So after that big move up, I know you guys are shorting UPWK. I know that. I'm going to let you answer that question by looking right there. I'll show you where. Okay, let me look at the float. I mean, any stock that has gone from, oops, let me get rid of it now. Any stock that has gone, 2.8 million in the float. I mean, remember where this came from. And almost hit $20 after hours, so. If you want a swing trade, do I need to fill in the order before the day ends? You're just talking in general. I mean, you can, in theory, buy something after hours, in theory. If that's what you mean. Yeah, so it's not mandatory you buy before at 4 o'clock. You can buy something after hours and hold it, sure. A little more risky, I think, but you can do that. Well, will it get filled? It's I can't tell you that. Depends on the spread, and you have to go in limit order. I mean, you can get a fill, but you may not. You have to be very careful. All right, guys, listen. I'm taking a stab at this one, just in case it does something really, really stupid. Okay, so I'm in at, what am I in at? There was the alert. I'm in at 122. I'm going to just keep an eye on it. I mean, if it gives me a quick pop up to this area, I'm out. But that's the DXYN. Just in case, I wish the volume would pick up a little, but all right, guys, I did get rid of some. 135, 135. I see if it can test this pre-market high. Volume is coming in. That's what I was looking for, some volume coming in. So a nice little percentage move. I want to pay really close. I mean, listen, there's the pre-market high. If we can take that out. Guys, I'm just kind of sorry, guys, I'm following a discussion. Well, if it can really get going here, if it can take this area out somehow, I mean, I guess there's a possibility it can get close to 2. What do you mean the buy signal? I don't know what you mean. These are not these are just alerts, okay? They're not buy signals. They're not. Well, there it is. I mean, if you click on the alert, you'll see where the alert was. So I don't know what you mean. You're not going to see automatically. You have to click on the alert to see a blue arrow. If you just type in DXYN, you're not going to see anything. well, you're not going to see a blue arrow. This is not a buy signal, okay? All that arrow is showing you is where the alert happened. It's not a buy signal. It's an alert signal. Now the difference is on when it's an AI alert, like from the AI. Yes, you'll get that arrow, and you'll also see in the y-axis. Sorry, happy customer, happy four-legged customer right here. You'll also see on the y-axis, you'll see the price of the alert and where the stop is. Okay, guys, I'm basically out now of the DXYN. I want to see if it can take out. It got up to 143. The minute it dropped down below 140, I took the rest out, and I'm going to stick an alert at the high there. See what it did? It got right just a little bit above the high in the pre-market, and then it stalled. Now it's trying to come back, so I may get back in it if it takes out that pre-market high. But listen, understand, I'm not telling you guys what to buy or sell, when to get out. The whole room is just sort of giving you ideas. Just so much happening. Miniature poodle, so that middle-sized poodle. Okay, okay. High day scanner. Remove the sound option. Well, is it an alert window? Adam, I'm talking to you, Adam. Okay, so it's an alert window? Okay, before you do anything else, is it possible? Okay, and so it doesn't matter. It's a multi-strategy window. Okay. Now, just check here. This is a toggle, okay, on and off. If you right to the left of the idea of surfing, that is a sound toggle. Make sure you haven't accidentally turned all your sounds off. That's the first thing. Okay, are you on the toolbar? Are you using the web-based version or the app? Do you have a toolbar that looks like this? Okay, good. Okay, well, you see where it says idea surfing? Can you see my screen? Right, like just to the left of it. That is a sound toggle. That's a toggle on and off. That'll turn all your sounds off. If you have a slash through it, that means all your sounds are off. Is that what it is? Okay. Okay. De nada. HBI guys. Oh man. I wanted this one right around here, but Wow, what a morning! 10:30 already. Okay. Well, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Second here. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm live on the mic, sharing my screen. Just going to pop in the test drive link. All right, so I just popped in the link for the test drive, all right? So if you click on that link right there, you'll be brought to the test drive page. So what the test drive is all about is for $8.99, you'll get 2 full weeks of our premium service. It starts on November 9th, that's Monday, and it'll run to the following Friday, to the 20th, okay? So if you sign up right now, what you're doing is you are pre-registering. You'll get no data, live data, until Monday morning at 7 o'clock Eastern Time, all right? However, a couple hours after the market closes tomorrow, you can actually start to use the product. You know, you can, I'm going to actually, obviously the market's not open. It doesn't mean you can't familiarize yourself with the product. And I would really, really recommend that you take a look at the 20 short lessons. I just popped that link in. I like to pop that link in on its own. If you click on that 20 short lessons, this is what you'll see. You know, I mean, it goes right, all the basic things for features of trade ideas. You know, what is a top list? Building one, an alert window, creating one, all right? Lots of the basic features. So I would really recommend before, if you're going to take the test drive, take a look at this over the weekend. It will not take you 20 days, okay? Now I'm going to pop in. Wow, HBI, guys, is just... All right, I just popped in my home page. Why I did that is that here are a few, if you want to have access to the scans, like these scans, plus I've got a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. If you click on my homepage link, now you can see the scans right there. There is a scans tab. You can see them all here. If I were you, if you're going to take the test drive, I would also access the scans up here in the room drive icon. And if you click, and there it is, scans that I share. If you click on download, all those scans will go to a Word document, so you can take a look at them over the weekend. They can choose kind of the ones you might want to load. Now also, but on my home page, right there, here are my scans also. Click here. And here are the scans, all nicely arranged for you, okay? So all the scans are here. I will create a little layout for the test drive, but you know, I don't want to have a layout with all these in. You know, you can kind of pick and choose what you think you might want to take a look at. Now, if you did want to take out, now also on my homepage, if you wanted to take out a subscription right now, here's the promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha. It'll give you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Give you an idea about what Trade Ideas costs. So the big plan, the $22.68 a year on an annual basis, that is the premium service, minus that 15%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, there are some other differences, but the big difference is the AI, having access to the AI. I'm going to go over that in a bit, what the AI is all about. Now, you don't have to have an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. So there's a standard monthly is $118 less the 15%, or $228 less the 15%. Again, that discount's only good for the first month. But if you decide you want to upgrade, say from standard to premium, or from a monthly plan to an annual plan, we will honor that 15% promo code. Also on my homepage, you can have the trade of the week delivered to your inbox every Monday morning, maybe about 30 minutes before the market opens, 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens. This week there was no trade of the week. We thought it would be prudent to just stay in cash, as the market's obviously going to be volatile with the election. But we've had, 3 weeks ago we had a fantastic trade of the week in IO. The trigger was 22, so it's not quite a double. Are they all that good? Of course not, but this was a sensational trade of the week. The one after that was PBI, which was really good also. And last week we had one great day of the trade of the week. But I mean, the 2 weeks before were really, really volatile. In fact, the markets were really dropping. I do a recap, what's happened in the room. I usually do it around 1 o'clock. You can subscribe to it right there. We've already talked about my scans. And here's a nice education link. We've already talked about the 20 lessons in 20 days. Daily support session. So there is a YouTube feed also, along with this trading room that you're in. The YouTube feed is the same. They see my screen. They can hear me. Just not as much interaction among traders. So I monitor it between 9 and noon. And then one of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over between 12 and 1. It's more of a Q&A session. So you can always head over there, because I do take a break between 12 and 12:30. There's the room. Daily webinars. Today is Thursday, so there is one today. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right there. My guess is that over the next 2 weeks, the webinars will be canceled because just too much else going on. And here's some more educational videos. And some trading books, ebooks. So lots of information if you click on my homepage. All right, now I do want to go over the AI. Yeah, look at PLTR. This is getting really interesting. This one as a longer term hold now. This had so much hype, before it finally did IPO. This was, I don't know if the right term is direct to market, but that's what I'm going to call it. Direct to market, bypassing the big financial companies that usually get involved in IPOs. And the other one I can think of is Spotify. They did that, and I know there's probably another one. But there was a lot of hype about this one, and maybe now it's finally going to start rolling. So I do want to talk about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and once the market closes, the AI gets to work. Sorry, I'm just getting interrupted by this monster ONCT. And even DA, I know I'm interrupting myself here, but there's so much happening. Somebody said to me, why don't you trade more? Well, a lot of my duties, of course, is explaining things. I cannot concentrate 100% on trading, and that's fine. I mean, the idea of the room is to hopefully educate people on how to use trade ideas, number one. And, we do look at ideas all day long, but I cannot concentrate 100% on trading. But this one is still interesting to me if it takes us out up here, this high. So, the AI. So we have, again, what we call 50 baseline strategies. Once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine to optimize those 50 strategies. So that's what the AI did last night. And these are the ones that made the cut out of the 50. Now, I personally do not care which strategies make the cut. What I like to do is I want to see the alerts that we get from the strategies. So if you click from the toolbar, if you click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, this is what you'll see. You'll get this, and here are the alerts that have come in today. And earlier on, MTW, I mean, it's 913, it's 916 now, but this got up to 960 something. So all of this, I like to follow the ones that are, my aggressive profit percent right at the top. I can follow them all day long. The ones that are really active, I don't care about these ones down here. And all you have to do is you load that, and then you can actually incorporate that window as part of your layout. Okay, so you don't have to, load it every day. So you'll have a layout, and then you just have this window as part of your layout. So when you exit Trade Ideas, you make sure you save your layout. And then tomorrow, when you load Trade Ideas, it'll be there. So you don't have to do it every day. All right, DYXN is getting interesting again, guys. Probably, the 150 level as a psychological number for the stocks under $5 can be a little bit of a... So let's see if it can take out 150. All right, I want to talk about Brokerage Plus right now. This is the Brokerage Plus window. So my recommendation, if you don't see this up here, Brokerage Plus, if you don't have this option up here, then please go to our home page. I'll give you the link. In fact, it'll be, if you click on my home page right here, that link, and where it says download software, click on download software and scroll down. Now this, I think today, I'm pretty sure this will turn into this down here, this beta that you see will turn into the production version. But, so download the beta. And if you download the beta, you then will have, oops. Just give me a moment here as I size this window. You'll have this up in your toolbar. So, before I used to have to tell people, well, to find Brokerage Plus, this window, you'd have to go to New and Brokerage Plus. So we were hiding it. So this will show, and so I'm going to show you, first of all, the only way right now you can trade using Brokerage Plus, well, you have to have IB open. Okay, you have to have IB open, so you can't close it down. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can use this, but I am going to show you, and all that should be covered in this video. I don't know if you've watched the video. I know I tell people to watch this video. It's a great 25-minute long video. Covers all aspects of trading using this Brokerage Plus window, and if you have an Interactive Brokers account. Okay, now, just want a clarification. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, Trade Ideas is a scanner first and foremost. It doesn't matter what account you have, you can use Trade Ideas. This is just a feature that if you happen to have Interactive Brokers, you can use what we call Brokerage Plus to trade your account. And watch that video. It'll show you how to set it up. And you just click on live, and then you'll be connected to your Interactive Brokers account, and you can trade. Now, for a lot of you who are new to trading, you can click on the simulator. All right? I'm always going to recommend that if you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, you must practice trading. And this uses our real-time data. It doesn't matter what brokerage account you've got. It uses our real-time data. And it's very simple to use. Again, once you're connected, see it says it's connected right there. But you just click on the sim, and now you're connected. And also Brokerage Plus will pop up. So how to use it? Well, you just click on an alert. You'll notice the symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to go in at. And then if you're satisfied with the number of shares and also the price, then you just click buy and you're done. Now, I didn't mention the sell. Most of you are brand new, probably will not want to short, but if you wanted to short the stock instead of buying it, then you sell it. Give me a moment, please. Okay, so let's do I just want to show you how you can do a trade. Let's take Newell, okay? Pretty big float, probably not going to be too active, so we'll take Newell. I think there's, I'm just going to show you how you do it. Would I take this normally right here? Probably not. 20 looks like it might block it, but I just want to show you how you can do it. Just as I'm telling you, another new high is made. So let's just take a couple hundred shares. And the reason why I said this one is because the spread is only a penny, so I'm going to buy it. And the spread is the difference between the bid and the ask. It was 1971, 1972. I'm going to put always have a stop. Always have a stop. Not every trade is going to work. In fact, most of them probably may not work, but which is okay. But you have to have an area where you're going to get out, a price that you're going to get out of the trade. You can just move on. What we call a manageable. So you will always, have a loss in mind. It'll be dependent on your account size. So, for instance, if you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. But just for these purposes, I'm going to put I'll put in a stop right here at 1940. Looks like that's a decent area that if it broke down through there, probably should get out. So I just add the stop order. I've just added the stop order, and you're going to see it'll show up right on the chart. All right, there's the stop right there. So if it goes down to 1940, it'll take me out for a $65 loss. Now I can put a target. And let's put a target at 20. Again, I'm just showing you how you do this. Okay, and you can see, now you would not do this trade normally because you'd want at least a 1-for-2 risk reward. I'm just showing you how you can do it. So if it got up to 20, I would be taken out for a $55 gain. If I got down to 1940, it would take myself out for a $62 loss. Now these lines are movable. So I can move these lines if the trade started working well. I can use this like a trailing stop. Just keep moving my stop right on the chart where it makes sense, so if it took out a support area on the chart, maybe you should get out of the trade. Same thing with the target. I mean, if the trade is working well and it's approaching the target, why would I allow it to take myself out? So you can move that target up and down also. Now, you don't have to do it on the chart, just a visual way. Right now, if I want to get out of the trade, I would just flatten it. If I want to get out of half the trade, I would just click. These are hotkeys. So I would just get out of half. If I wanted to double my trade, I would double it right here. Or I can go right here and I can just pick how many shares I want to trade. If I wanted to get out of 50 shares, I would just type in 50. And then I would, pick the price I want to get out of and I would sell it. Okay, so it's very, very simple to use. Very simple to use. You can also use it as a swing to practice swing trading. So if I don't get out of this trade by the end of the day, it'll carry forward. Guys, look at the VG. There was the re-entry price right there at 12.20. It got stopped out. It came back to the re-entry price at 9.39. Same thing happened yesterday with, I can't remember the name of the one, got stopped out and then it came right back. Look at it, because there was the exit at 9.38 and then at 9.39 there was a re-entry at 12.20. You'll notice that these numbers are all decided ahead of time. It's just the difference. It's just halfway between the entry and the stop. So these numbers are generated when you get the alert. And then if the stock happens to hit the stop price at any point during the day and then comes back to this reentry, you get an alert. So I mean, look at that, 1220, and now it's at 1277. So another great use of the re-entry. You know, you asked this question yesterday. You're just keep moving your stop up, okay? If you want to get out of the stock earlier, just move your target down. I know you asked this question. You're obviously not quite understanding. I mean, I'll keep trying to explain it, but I mean, here's your stop. So you use this like if the trade starts working well, you just start moving your stop up, okay? If you wanted to get out earlier, then you have a target, just move that target down. Okay? So you're not moving your stop up, you're just putting, like you can move your target down, you know? That's okay. I just want to make sure you're understanding. You have a stop and you have a target. If it starts working well, but you wanted to get taken out of the trade, you can move your target down. Yeah, our trailing stop doesn't work. I don't think it works in the simulator. And if you're using a trailing, see, I'm more of a fan of using, instead of what I call an artificial trailing stop, you know, a certain percentage below or a certain dollar value. My way of thinking is that you would use the line and you would start you're moving your stop on areas of the chart that make sense. You know, so I mean, if the stock, so a support area. So if it broke down through a support area, you'd want to be out of the trade. I would still, even Stephen, I would still. Now, listen, if you've got a lot of trades going at the same time, sure. You know, if you've got 10, 20 trades going at the same time, yeah, it would be hard, you know, to try to manage and moving your stop right on the chart. I get that. All right, guys, give me, let's see, what time is it? 10:53. I'll be back at just about 11 o'clock. Yeah, somebody, just before I go, somebody in the YouTube feed said, you know, using a trailing stop. Yeah, if you have a lot of trades open at the same time, I mean, I rarely, even if I were totally concentrating on trading, I rarely have more than 2, 3 trades open at the same time. Rarely. Okay, it's just the way, you know, I traded. So consequently, it's not hard, you know, to monitor the trades, and then you can easily just move your stops up right on the chart using the line. But as somebody pointed out in the YouTube feed, I mean, if you've got 10, 15 trades going at the same time, yeah, you'd have to have an automated stop. But if you're new to trading, there's no way in the world you should be doing that. Okay. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And so notice what happened. I allowed this to happen. All right, I wanted to show you how this took me out automatically. I had my exit and it took me out of the trade. That's the NWL. You know, had I been, well, first of all, I wouldn't have taken, I just wanted to demonstrate how you do this, you know, how you can take a trade, how you can put your stop in, and look how it took me out automatically. So, I mean, it's very important that you obey your stops. It's that simple. A lot of people have great intentions of putting a stop in, and when the price gets close to the stop, they start second guessing their stop, thinking, well, maybe that was too tight, so they start moving it down. So now, you know, if you wanted to risk $100 on the trade, now all of a sudden maybe you're down 150 and you keep moving it down. Now you're down 200, now you're down 300. Instead of just getting out of the darn trade, you know, when your stop was, taking that manageable loss and moving on. So, you know, that takes the emotion out of it. You know, you just leave it in there. It takes the emotion out of your trading. Okay, so I'm going to again try to get you to understand something. I mean, your stop is always going to be below your entry if you're going along a stock. It's always going to be. I think you're not understanding the difference between maybe a stop and a target. Okay, your stop is always going to be underneath the entry price. Okay, because what the stop is doing for you, it's taking you out of the trade if it doesn't work for you. Your target is what's going to be above the entry. Well, yeah, you can move your stop up, of course. You know, but you can move your stop up. But I'm just saying, you know, your stop originally is going to be below your entry, and you can start moving your stop up if the trade starts working well, or you want to move it for another reason. But I mean, it's always, you know, and your target that's what I'd be adjusting. You have a target, you can start moving that down if you want to get out of the trade, or just hit the sell. I haven't seen this one for a while. APTS was in play many, many, many times. So look at APTS, a big pop up here. All right, what time is it? 11 o'clock. Okay, so maybe now I can start to pay a little more attention. You know, here's another nice re-entry one. The WKHS, the stop got hit. The re-entry price was 17.14. Now it hasn't moved tremendous amount, but this, you know, again, it's in that sector, the EV sector. Yeah, first of all, yeah, if you're new, forget IB, okay? Practice in here. Yeah, gold is definitely solid today. A lot of gold plays today. Look at this Sea Bridge. I want to do something here. Too bad it just didn't, again, that $1.50 mark for stocks under the 50-cent mark for stocks under $5 can sometimes be as big a psychological barrier to get through as the whole numbers are, like the ones, the twos, the tens, the 15s, etc. And that looks like that's kind of what happened with DXYN. Well, it was a nice quick trade. Oh, HBI, another leg down. I mean, look, I kept saying, I mean, here's her support, maybe 10 something. What's the stop on that one? All right, I just want to do something here. Yeah, so if you move your stop above the price, if you actually move that line, it'll take you out of the trade. So that's, again, I hope you understand. The stop can be moved, but if you move it above the price, it's going to take you out of the trade immediately, right on the chart. That's not what you want to do. If you want to get out, put a target in and move the target down. Or just sell it right there. You don't have to use the chart. In fact, if you're starting out, what you can just this is the most manual way to do it. I would just do it in here. Chart's really nice, but it's not mandatory. Well, just what I'm saying, you can get out at various stages, manually right here. So, I mean, if the trade started working well and you wanted to trade 50 shares out, let's say you had 1,000 shares of something, and you wanted to trade 200 shares out, the trade is working well, you go right here, trade 200, pick your price and get out. Well, the minute you move if you use that stop, and you put it above, it's going to take you out of the trade immediately. So, maybe just forget about chart trading like that. You can always get out of a trade here manually, trading a certain amount. So, let's take 500 shares. Okay, 500 shares. So I'm in 500 shares. If I wanted to trade out some, I could trade out 100 right here, and I could sell. Okay, so I just sold 100 shares. Let's pretend that stock was moving higher and higher, and I wanted to sell 100 shares. I would just literally put 100 shares get out at a price, and sell it. Now, when you say protect your profit without getting, I mean, obviously to make profit, you have to at some point get out of a trade. I mean, you understand that. Well, if you're new to trading, forget about IB. Practice in here first, okay? Anyway, forget about trying to trade your real money. It sounds like you're very new. I don't understand the issue. I mean, I use IB. I don't use this to trade my IB account because I don't want to be toggling back and forth. I can't concentrate. I don't want to make a mistake. But if I'm in a trade, I just pick how many shares I want to get out of the trade at. So, for instance, earlier, with that, with this, where are you? I guess it's here. So for this one, yeah. So I got in at 122. I sold some, at 138. Sorry, 135 to begin with. I just did it within my platform. I picked how many shares I wanted to trade. I got out, and then I sold the balance of what I had left at 138. I mean, it's yeah. There's no yeah. I mean, we're maybe confusing terminology here. I mean, if I'm in a trade and I want to protect my profit, I can absolutely in interactive brokers, it's a limit, you put in a limit order above and the number of shares and it'll hold it in the account. If it hits the price, you're out. I mean, absolutely, if that's what you're talking about. This one is TH that is looks like some kind of a buyout is being offered to them. A little move down in the SPY, yeah. Sorry, guys, I'm just following an email, a thread. Okay, what time is it now? 11:14. So yeah, I'll be taking my break in about 45 minutes. Capri was or CPRI was an earnings play, I believe. CPRI, yeah, it was an earnings play. It still is an earnings play. It still is. And look at the room it's got. Nice breakout of that weekly right here. Nice. Now, later on in the day, this could be one to watch, the DXYN. It could be one to watch, especially if it can kind of get back up to, let's say, into the 140s and bases for a while. And it might get, all of a sudden, we might get a little pop through 150 on volume, and that could get it running again. I do anticipate that 2 might block it, but if it go from 150 to 2, that'd be great. So earnings plays for me are any company that released after hours yesterday or this morning before the market opened. Okay? I don't pay that much attention if they're releasing earnings after hours. I mean, a stock is going to be active, but an earnings play for me, you notice here, like November 5th, pre-market for DXYN. So they released earnings pre-market right there. You can see a little bit of a reaction to earnings. Sorry, it's right. That must be right there, yes. So try to find a better one. Oh, look at HBI. It'll be really obvious. So HBI released earnings before the market opened. That's at 10. That's that kind of rosy area right here. You see the reaction. See the reaction. So there's where it closed yesterday up here. Releases earnings before the market opens today, and here's the reaction, and it's continued down. So that is so you can see in our single stock window, November 5th, pre-market, as opposed to, not that this had any action at all, but ONCT released after hours yesterday, really no reaction. I'm trying to find one that one that's had a big reaction after hours, or after hours yesterday. There's pre-market also for Cron. It's possible. I mean, obviously with a big short float, but it's not. It's up 5%. I mean, it's up, but I mean, I think it really has to start to surge before we see a real squeeze. Well, just looking at the Toronto Exchange, I mean, TSX is up huge, which, lots and lots, of course, mining plays. Another silver play. It's another earnings play. Again, so post-market, they released earnings after hours yesterday. Not a big reaction. Okay, here's that, 10, the mauve area. Not a big reaction, but once the market went, but there's a nice reaction. But a lot of that has to do, I think, with what was happening with, precious metals in general. Okay, MC, I'm glad you like the HBI. Just give me a moment, please. Wow, I forgot to keep watching this one. I mean, this one, a big one from yesterday. GRW, well, actually not so big yesterday, but look at today. Um, GRWG, and getting close to an all-time high. Cannabis play. Well, another one. Look at Vico. I mean, if it can take. See, this, you just have to start looking at these longer term time frames. I mean, nice week, little high over here at around 1511. Then you start looking left. And, I'm not saying it's going to fill in this entire void, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance blocking it. Okay, so who asked that question? Where does it say? Somebody asked where to find the practice account, the simulation account, simulator. First of all, you have to be using the app, if you're available. So I can't see. I saw the question. I don't see where it is though now. That was you. Okay, Paul. Okay, so are you using the app? Do you have a toolbar like this? Okay. Does it actually have it here, the Brokerage Plus? Does it have the option up here? Oh, so you do have it. Oh, well, okay. You start off with $100,000. It's that simple. If you click on the sim, if you click on sim, the Brokers Plus window will pop up, and then you have $100,000. Yeah, and let's take this off topic. You don't have to put money in it. It just we start everybody off with $100,000. Okay. Well, Cron is on the move. It is an earnings play. It has a little bit of room on that monthly chart, I suppose, or weekly chart, up to that 650 level. It's a pretty big float. It is an earnings play. If you believe that, especially if the Democrats are going to win and it gets decriminalized, then you should see some more action out of the cannabis stocks. It's well, my pleasure. Well, another certainly gold is. I mean, looking at another little gold play, DRD. I think they're out of South Africa. Yes, DRD. Yeah, I don't see them winning the Senate. Okay, I didn't realize that was something that the Senate would have to pass. I thought it could take maybe an executive order. Anyway. Yeah, there was the cross right there on the 2 minute, 13, right at 13. Now I'm going to start paying a little more attention to these if I can. Yeah, next week will be the fun week. For next 2 weeks will be the fun week. 2 weeks. A lot of people in the test drive, but that's okay. We have a lot of other support going on, so it's not as crazy as it used to be. Minutes? I don't know. Typically, it's more towards the mid to say between the 15th and 20th. I didn't think they're this early. No, I may be wrong. I don't know. I don't know how many have signed up. Usually get a real flurry. We still accept test drivers up to next Wednesday. It's today. Okay. Usually it's not this early in the month. The last time when we had 4,000 people sign up. Now that was right. What was it? May. So that was kind of, and a lot of people, unfortunately, we still probably have a lot of people that are at home, but a lot of people were at home, sort of the start of the pandemic. Another cannabis play, VFF. How's MJ doing as the index? Look at the index moving, guys. Look at this index moving. It's actually look at this week. Here's another one that's moving here. PEIX. Haven't seen this one in a bit, but boy, it's having a nice day after a couple of down weeks. A bit of a recovery. Another earnings play. Did not see this one really. Had really nothing happening pre-market, but MDP on the move. A little bit of volume is coming in. MDP. Boy, I haven't looked at this one in a long. Oh, I am gold. I'm sorry, I was thinking of the other one. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of these little gold plays are just flying. Who'd you vote for, Jimmy? Ha ha! I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm completely kidding. Dudley, fine. That's good. Dudley, do right. Well, so I should not have said that. But yep, VG keeps going, guys. You know, I covered this in yesterday's video, and I'm going to cover it again. The re-entry argument to be made that even if you just look at the re-entries, now we don't get so many during the day because a lot of times the stock doesn't get stopped out. Now it doesn't have to be the reason for getting out. Even if this stock, for instance, for whatever reason, Vapo, if it moved down to 29.89, oh, this is a short, so that's not a good example. If this one, Visto, moved down to 1901, say, there could be an exit reason that it would be out of the trade, but even after that, if it moved down to 1901 and then came back to 1983, you'd get a re-entry. So I'm saying that, just keep it, have these three columns, have the two columns anyway, well, the re-entry time and the re-entry price. I mean, all three would be good because there's your new stop. But I mean, that's pretty awesome. 12.20. I mean, it's almost $1. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So I'm going to flatten out of this VG trade. All right, I'm kind of watching the car here. Just a little pop over. I'm just watching it right there. There was the cross. I wonder if this is over. I'm watching to see if this crosses down on the 5. We're talking about the 8 EMA crossing below the 20 SMA. Let's see. I'm just wanting to see if this gives up 32 again. Stick an alert around 31.95. Yeah, I mean, there's no question. Bitcoin is going crazy. There's GBTC. I mean, what a run it's had. Month and a half from 11 to 17. Well, Cron and MDP just ripping here. Sort of delayed reaction. You know, we had the big pop at the beginning for MDP. Base. Volume comes in. Wow, I mean, that's a big move. 1360 to 1440. Type it in correctly. I might get the symbol. There we go. JMIA. Yeah. Another resilient one. You know, after this little move down, that looked like it could have been over. Now, I have an alert set here. If this crosses on the 5s, I have an alert set here for car just underneath 32. Well, guys, this is what I was saying with the ACB. I mean, you know, there's the next high looking left. Let me see what that is. Actually, it is 571. This has earnings on the 9th. Not that that really matters. I mean, this has got nothing to do with earnings right now and all to do with what may happen. And I mean, if it can take, it's a big float, 120 million in the float, but you know, it takes this out. I mean, it has a shot. I mean, look at these. This is probably one of the nicer looking cannabis charts that I've seen. And as usual, Zach was right. A halt coming in for ALTM. Look at that float. Work at this one go. I mean, this it's an earnings play. Pipeline. Where are they out of? Interesting that. So dang, does that mean you're not in it? or you just sold before? I see 26.27. That's what I see right now. I think Oregon. I think you're talking Oregon, Rob. I think they. I think they. I think even. I want to say LSD or something. Crazy. So the high, that's the market high, okay? But after hours, this one got up to almost 20 APVO. Another, look at the float. Yeah, I see 26.26 right now for ALTM. Now, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at just slightly under 47. $11.47, just a couple of seconds under. Oh man, guys, this is fun. APVO, oh my goodness. Again, guys, it hit 20. Sorry, 1956 after hours yesterday. Well, first of all, I would not use the IB paper trade. Number one, Emmanuel. I think it's just too confusing. You don't need them both. Okay, just use ours, and that's it. After that, I don't know how to answer you. Just use. Okay, do not use IB's. There's no reason for it to use IB's paper trade account. So I can't answer that question because my advice would just be like do not use IBs. Why would you do that? I mean, there's no point. We have it and we're using our real-time data. Remember, it's a practice account. I mean, it's using our real-time data. So don't use IB's the paper trading account in IB. Today is Thursday, so I think it is Mr. Sean will be in the YouTube feed today, I believe. Yeah, it depends where you got it. I'm really interested. I want to see if this takes out 20 later on. Well, that's fine. You can go live on your IB account, but you would never. Now, there's a way in which you can use. I mean, the Dreamer that you can connect to the simulated trading, and I guess you can connect to your IB account. I just be very careful. You want to make sure you know when you're paper trading versus trading your money. The other thing is you can only have one window open. Brokers Plus window, there you cannot duplicate it. I mean, it's the reason I don't use this. I mean, there's no way in the world doing what I'm doing that I'm going to, try to toggle back and forth and make sure I know which account I'm doing what in. There's just no way in the world I'm going to do that. All right, guys. So I'm thinking Sean is going to be in the YouTube feed. So I will put the link for the YouTube feed in case you guys, when I'm on my break for that half an hour, you can head over there. Oops, that was a tech support, sorry. Oh, it's Jamie today. I'm sorry, it's Jamie today. He says it'll be a couple of minutes before. Okay, thank you, Jamie. If you can hear me. For some reason, I thought it was Sean today. No, he's Monday. Steve is on Tuesday. Michael's on Wednesday. Jamie is on Thursday. And Andy is on Friday. All right, guys, let's take a look at some things that are weak stocks. But the market has really done not much today. Had a nice gap up, moved a little bit, but it really hasn't broken out one way or the other. All right. I'll be taking my break, so I'm not going to be able to do much on this, but this is looking like the cross is starting to happen. Maybe. I'm looking at that 8 EMA, maybe wanting to cross below the 20 SMA on the 5-minute chart. Kind of flattened out both, though. Again, when we talk about these crosses, that would be a bearish move. Another cannabis play here, IGC. So if you just want to, you don't want to, follow the individual stock. I mean, here is an I think the ETF for cannabis right there, MJ. I have to admit, this is the best week it's had in a long time. I don't even know if I have shorts available for ALTM. Yeah, I don't know if maybe they flash on and off. I don't know. Well, look, three million in the float. Anything could happen. I mean, you're sure you know that anything can happen here. I mean, all of a sudden you get a lot more. I mean, look at the volume. Actually, the volume isn't. I mean, it's double the float. I thought it was going to be 30, 40 million the way it was trading. So, I mean, you got to be careful. I mean, where are you going to put your stop if you short it? Right at the top here, 27.36. I mean, to me, this is a pullback, and it might be just getting rolling again. There is no resistance on the weekly chart. You might want to wait for a piercing of that 8 EMA in the 2-minute chart, but it's definitely risky. So it got halted at, what was the price? It got halted at 26. It did pop up to 27.40 or so, 27.30 or so. Okay, now CAR is moving down. Oh my goodness. Well, that's a heck of a pullback, guys. And then look at the pop for APVO. And what was I saying? Challenging. It's going to looks like it's going to try to challenge that post-market high of yesterday. I can't. I mean, I can't talk about. If I'm trading this one, I mean, I can't talk about it exactly in terms of where I'm getting in and out. These are so risky. Not a bad week. 67 million have traded, but today is kind of slacking. Yesterday, the day before, around 30 million. All right, guys, so Jamie's going to show up in about a couple of minutes, I think. So I am going to just put my announcement here that I'll be taking my break. And before I go, just put in the test drive link. You want to join in all the fun we have every single day? You too can have the same amount of fun. Wow. There it is, guys. Right through that pre-market high or post-market high like nothing yesterday. Wow. All right, click on the test drive link. and you'll be brought to the test drive page. For $8.99, you can have 2 full weeks of trade ideas starting November 9th. That's the Monday to a week Friday, and have access to everything we have to offer. Okay. If you do it right, if you sign up right now, you're pre-registering. You're not getting real-time data until Monday morning at 7 in the morning, okay, Eastern time. But you will have access to the program over the weekend, probably a couple hours after the market closes on Friday. Then you can actually play around with it. And I would recommend you take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, Jamie, I will stop my feed. I would recommend you take a look at the 20 lessons. Okay, Jamie, I will stop my feed.
All right, I think that was pretty smooth and quick there. I think everybody should have eyes on my desktop. Just let me know if somebody out there could be so kind as to use the chat panel. And just let me know if you can see and hear okay. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, MC. And Rodix Hair. Thank you very much. All right, let me make a quick adjustment here and then we'll just kind of continue. Gonna go ahead and get my pen just in case I need to do any marky. There we go. All right, decent little crowd in here. So once again, just a friendly reminder, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you have any questions about trade ideas, any of the modules within it, whether that be the AI or alert windows or top lists, just go ahead and fire your questions as you see fit there. In the meantime, look at all this green, boy. I think this caught a little, well, it's caught us all kind of off guard as of late with the election and all the uncertainty and all the hullabaloo that's going on. It sure seems the market is resilient, to say the least. Just about everything is going up with the exception of the US dollar. Speaking of the US dollar, we'll just pull up UUP, which is the dollar index. And we can see over here on the long term, kind of just chopping around in this area. And I tell you what, let's just back it out and look at it weekly. Weekly to see if, if we do get a little frisky at this area right here. Of course, that's coinciding with that wick back from March. If we do chew through this little area that's currently acting as support, well, then this area here might be in play, especially considering the fact we're under that 200 period moving average, which is represented by the blue line here. Of course, these are weekly candles, but pretty good picture right there. Gee, who would have thought that tripling the money supply would be bad for the dollar? I don't know. Can you have a look at gold? Sure. The GLD, nice little gap up on gold today. And of course, here we have the weekly as well. So we're not too far away. Gold taking that little pop above all-time highs back around the beginning of August, only to be tapped back down. But currently on the weekly, it seems like the 20 period, a little backstop there. But gold's looking strong again. Same thing with silver. Bigger gap up in silver as it coils up on this weekly chart here. And once again, looks like the 20 period is in control on the weekly as well. But, if we were to draw some trend lines here and here, we're just wedging up here. And probably going to take another little run up to all-time highs at some point. Of course, we could go the other way, busting out of this wedge. But based on what we've seen as of late, and with the weakness of the dollar, I would expect to go take another little run up there at highs. So gold and silver bugs looking good again. It hasn't been an easy hold if you're a long-termer. Oh, can't really. Your guess is as good as mine on that one, Hussein. Um, it'd be a hard call right now. I've been in gold for quite some time in one of my IRA accounts as we broke out from these levels back here, and back in here. So I've had to sit a little bit of a pullback, but still managing to be slightly profitable there. But as far as is it a good time to invest, can't really give investment advice because I'm not licensed in that capacity. And that's a good time to kind of throw a little disclaimer out here, whether it's this webinar or this support session or the 5 o'clock Eastern webinars that we host every Monday through Thursday. Everything that we show and share with you guys is just for educational purposes only. And just to satisfy the legal eagles, if you do need investment advice, what to buy, when to sell it, all that good stuff, just do yourself a favor. Seek out somebody who's licensed to dispense that type of info to you, like a registered investment advisor or a Series 7 licensed stockbroker, something like that. So we got gold strong, we got silver strong. For those of you who follow along in the crypto world, let's see here. I think I had a Bitcoin chart hovering somewhere. Yeah, this is the weekly on Bitcoin. And as you can see, we popped above this high back here from around the June 19th week and have popped out of that range there. So just like we do with stocks, this is the entire chart for Bitcoin, since it's a baby thing trading under a nickel. We're looking to the left over here. This was the first little area, or the main area, that could have acted as resistance, but we're above it now, so maybe a close above this area. Looking over here, not a whole lot to rein this thing in, so it's going to be getting interesting with Bitcoin as well as all the other altcoins as well. Can you please share your daily scanner for swing day trades? Well, Iris, I don't necessarily have a scanner that I can attach. Okay, this is my swing trade scanner, or this is my intraday scanner. I kind of use them for the same thing. So in other words, what you're seeing right here on my desktop are my favorite alert windows right here. These are just single alert windows, and these are showing me things doing exceptionally high relative volume. But I might see a good setup on the intraday, and if I do see a good setup on the intraday, then the next natural step is just checking it out on the daily or the weekly to see if it might end up being a good swing trade. That's all going to be decided by looking at the longer term charts. Okay, so it's kind of like a multi-use tool, but of course everybody's perception of how things should be used is a little bit different, right? If you're looking for a swing trade staple, okay, you've probably heard of this window already, and it's one that Steve built quite a while back called the A table. And this one is definitely, I wouldn't say that it has any intraday connotations to it, but that wouldn't be completely accurate, because you can take any window, even one that's designed for swing trading, and you might notice a decent intraday pattern setting up, right? And then you might decide, you know what, I'm going to scalp this, or, let's just pull up SPWR. I tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and sort by score, because that's what this window is designed for, using our score filter, which uses many different characteristics in there to help us find things that are looking very strong on the longer term. Now we're looking at weekly over here. Let's switch over to daily for sale. Okay, so we can clearly see here a little area of consolidation, took a little swoon down with just about everything else in the market, but now, bounced right off of that 50 period and is now breaking out of this area and going to all-time highs. So if I was stalking sale for a good swing trade, I would definitely want to see a little bit stronger of a close. Right now, currently at 47.68, we're below this level. For affirmation, I would like to see sale close above that line. Okay, that would tell me that yes, indeed, buyers are in control. This thing could be poised for a continuation, right? Now this is the daily. We get the same, this is our perception right here, breaking out of that range. Go back to the weekly here. Even looks a little tighter. Notice how the 10 period is in control of the weekly candles, and we're far above all of these other moving averages here. So looks a little tighter on the weekly, but if I had to take a stab at sale right now and I wanted to have plenty of leeway, you can see up here at 47.70, if we were going to mark off down here, that's almost that we could just call that almost an 8-point stop loss that you'd have to install if you really wanted to comfortably stay in that one. If you didn't want to take quite so much risk and hope that the strength caught up to it, well, then we'd probably have to select the bottom of this little area here and kind of play off of the 10 period as well, because the 10 period right here, we had the little swoon up. This area right here is perfectly matching up with the 10 period. So if we wanted to take less risk, we could risk about not quite 3 points here, from 47.74 down to 44.25. So we could take less risk here, more shares, or if we wanted to really try to stay in it, give it a lot of wiggle, we could downsize our shares and focus on the weekly chart. Sure, I'll be happy to drop the A table into the chat panel here. All right, there is the cloud link for the A table top list created by Mr. Steve Gomez. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't give Andy Lindloff a little credit here, because he's the guy that pretty much put the score filter together, which is a crucial part of the A table. All right, so we've had this list update a couple of times. What you're going to notice is some very tight technical patterns here on the longer term here. Light getting above this little area here, motoring on through what you see over here to the left. So assuming LITE, if we get a nice tight close above here, maybe we go sideways for a little while, or maybe we continue up. But, not a whole lot of fluid areas here that could act as potential resistance. All right, just backtracking here. I'll pull up Amazon for you, Hussein. Amazon looking pretty strong, gap, everything's gapping up. Next little area where it might take a break, just putting my lines up here. This looks like the next area that could act as potential supply. But if we get through that, then it's off to the races, because this area is all-time highs. Let's do the same thing, but for the weekly. All right. Same old song and dance here. Just going sideways here before too long. It'll probably take a run at all-time highs, unless something occurs, markets get weak, then this is our lower range that we could expect. Would it hold? Maybe, maybe not. But for all practical reasons, Amazon looking very strong right now. And due to the current conditions of the macro economy, I think Amazon's never been busier. Everybody's getting everything delivered because of a certain virus that's still allegedly circulating. Iris, I don't know if, are you telling me you can't see my screen? Is it fuzzy? Is anybody else seeing a fuzzy screen, or is it clear? Sometimes you just might have to go back to your YouTube page, go back up to the URL, and just hit a refresh on it, right? A lot of the times that clears it up, Iris. All right. So I'm a little surprised to see this window only having one weird symbol on it. This window showing me things with high relative volume. Of course, I've got it pretty elevated here. So just anything showing a 15. Well, if we crank it down to 10, do I get many more? All right, we get a little bit more here. But for today, especially with the SPY raging like this, well, I say raging, it's going to sleep now. We can see the smaller time frames. 100 is normal volume for any of these time frames. Well, we do have decent relative volume on the SPY. Seems like it's curling up for a nice little nap here until maybe the close. But the SPY also, next stop, this level here. Which, according to the action that we have today, if we get more of the same tomorrow, we could be right up here, closing above here, and just a little bit away from all-time highs, which is amazing, considering what's going on out there in the world. Makes me wonder, do the markets know something that we don't know? It's acting like that might be the case. All right, so let's check in on Holly. As we can see from the channel bar, looks like Neo's having a good day. 2.0 kind of treading water, and I'd say 1.0 is treading water. Down slightly in 1.0, up slightly in 2.0. Looks like the lion's share of what's showing as a gain in the overall scheme of things is being generated by Neo. So if we just kind of cycle through my risk modes down here, in moderate risk, risking $100, which is, you see all these values here on my AI trades plotter. These values are all based on $100 risk per trade. So it looks like what's doing the best, just like yesterday, I believe, is aggressive mode, which is telling us it's not easy to sit the wiggles as of late. A lot of stop outs occur, and then they tend to go your way. So let's just kind of check in on what appears to be one of the bigger winners today, Yeti. Here we're looking at the 15-minute charts. As we can see, 10 period is definitely in control as this stock trends up on the day. Not a bad signal here from Holly at $56 even. What I like about this pattern was the potential for an auxiliary pattern to play out on top of the Holly delivered signal, which in this case, drawing a line from that high, as Holly calls it right here, could have made the extrapolation, well, we might trend sideways for a little bit and eventually go take out that previous high, which we can see here, it did. Took about 1, 2, 3, took about 45 minutes from the entry signal that Holly produced. Peck above it right here. Candle closes and then sneak on up above it as the day continues, making for a nice area to add to the position here, depending on your risk tolerance. It's one of the things that new traders will always hear. Cut your winners, cut your losers when you're supposed to. Add to your winners when it's appropriate. Of course, when it's appropriate can take on a lot of different meanings based on your trading style and the types of patterns that you like. But it's always nice when there's a potential for a secondary pattern to play out in a Holly play. Iris, if you're referring to the A table, yeah, you don't really have to do anything because it's a very specific set of filters that have to be met here. And we can see there's only 3 filters in the A table. Number 1, looking at things that have traded at least 500,000 shares a day over the 3-month average. Got to have a minimum short float of 10% for that little extra sauce in case these things keep going. The short covering can help facilitate additional upward movement. And of course, the main linchpin here, the stock composite rating has to be a minimum of 80. And the ranking system, if you note here, the best ones are in the 90s. It's just like the old grade school or high school scoring system. 90s are A's, 80s are B's, 70s are C's. So we've got a nice little crop of A students here, all exhibiting very similar patterns. Wow, double IVI really getting up and boogieing and making short work of what we see over here. Plowing right through that area that could have acted as potential supply or support, but not today. Once again, if we get a close above, indicating that yes, it is strong heading into the close. We've already looked at Yeti, PRTS, Boulder not looking too bad either. But it looks like the small caps have kind of taken a break over the past 2 days. I'm not seeing near as many opportunities come through these windows, which before then had been spitting them out left and right. Now this is a good one. Of course, the timing, we're late to the party. Once again, timing is everything, right? So this was a sweet little setup right here. Kern moving sideways all day. Notice the 10 period is in play. Got a little bit bleedy here, but nope, pushed it back up. And as soon as this 275 level was cracked, off to the races. Of course, it might run out of steam. This is a little moment of truth right here as we butt up against that bar. But if this thing gets cooking and we get above this level here, then we could be taking a little excursion up to this area, which might definitely act as a little area of short-term supply. Notice what we're seeing right here in this column. Next high or low, 50 cents. That's the potential that this thing has if it keeps going, and that would more than likely take us from 291 right up to that 340 area, right? Coinciding with what we see here on the daily. This just gives me a quick snapshot. When it first broke, okay, where's my arrow? $11.17. Okay, that is that candle, but for some reason it's not putting my arrow over there. I don't know why. And the questions panel appears to be quiet, that's okay. But just know that it's open for your questions. Yeti taking a little breather. Got a lot more stocks coming through my all-time highs, thus the term no resistance, meaning all-time highs. So when we look to the left, we don't see anything that could potentially act as supply or resistance there. A lot of green stocks coming through this ticker today, which indicates they are the larger caps, 4 billion market cap or more. If you see the blue ones, that's between 2 and 4 billion, and of course the smaller ones are the yellow ones with a market cap of less than 2 billion. All right, let's flip Holly's blotter around. Let me get it to where we can see everything here. Let's just see if there were any good trade arounds based around the stop loss area. Okay, what jumps out at me here is VG. Okay, so looks like the buy signal and the stop out came in the very same 15-minute candle. So let's go a little bit smaller here on the 5-minute. Okay, so Holly calls that signal buy at 12:31, and immediately within the same 5-minute candle, we get the stop out there. And of course, we can confirm that by looking at the entry and the exit time. And at 8:35:33, close the trade out about 2.5 minutes later. So the bottom line is this. Of course, the earlier that you, me, Holly take a trade, um, I'd say the odds of a stop out are a little bit greater because things are just a lot more active in that opening 10-15 minutes there. So we see the stop out occur here, but notice how the stock behaves at this stop area. We get a nice little wick down and then whoosh right back up, never even comes close to it again. So this is what I like to refer to as a trade around. You know, whether it's a person, your trading buddy that is over there complaining that they just got stopped out, or whether it's Holly just getting stopped out of a trade that you might not be in, it's always worth taking a look, seeing how that stock reacts. In this case, boy, it acted pretty much as a nice little pivot point. Went down there, tested that stop, got some people out, and then boom, off to the races. The trade did exactly what we hoped it would do, but the timing was just a little bit off. So, could have easily used the bottom of this wick or the original stop area in that following 5-minute candle. Took another stab at it, and it would have worked nicely. So that's an example of a trade around. If we look at these other ones, how did LRN act around its stop area? Okay. Well, first time it came down here, I mean, how perfect is that stop out? Right back up, well, well above the entry line, came back down, hit that stop area again, and then Katie bar the door. All right. Clearly on this example here, first time it worked, second time, man, below it, and clearly, when you see them crashing through like this and candles closing below that stop area, that's a pretty good indicator this is not a good trade around candidate. That was learn. What was the other one? PWR. And of course, this was a short from Bond Shorty, PWR. Of course, everything's just reversed. We're hoping the stock's going to go down. Nope, right up here to the stop area. How did it act? It hugged it for a little while, but then it just kept on going. And, while we're on that topic, this is actually one that at first glance might have looked like a decent attempt, but notice the candles are all closing above the stop area. If we were hugging the stop area, that would pique my interest a little bit more, but closings of candles above that stop area while they consolidate sideways, indicating that nope, going to keep on going. All right, so questions panel still open. Let's go ahead and check out some more of these Holly plays today. Not a bad short. Not a bad short in Vapo at all. This one also setting up for a really nice auxiliary pattern. Get the original call from Holly up here. And then what do we have? A nice sideways consolidation. We can see clearly sellers in control. 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. They take it down pretty good on top of a small gap. Keep in mind this is all happening when the market was gapping up. So clearly something going on in Vapo today. Seller clearly in control. Takes a little break. Holly's like, okay, looks like a good short here. And then we've got this nice little area of consolidation right here. So either waiting for this little area to be violated would have made for a really good second entry right here. And even if you're a stickler for opening range breaks and playing the new low game, even down here would have been another good addition to that position. And once again, not acting in the least a bit like it was going to come test that stop area there. Not a bad little grinder in WPM. Same song, same dance here. Once Holly makes the play or makes the call, we get a little sideways action, pop a new intraday high, and it's just been a slow grind up ever since. Not the hugest move, but from 48.81 on up to currently 49.30ish. We had a target hit. MTW. Not a bad trade. Not a bad trade at all. Timely exit as well. 913 to 953. Ooh. Capitulating at 986 and then right back down to that entry line. A lot of stocks doing this today. Nice runs, right back down, a little sideways action. Q's still got some volume pumping compared to the SPY. You know, we're well below normal on the smaller time frames here. Q still doing, there we go, we just dropped back off. Of course, as soon as we see the 1 minute, it's going to feed into the 5 and the 10. But the Qs and the Dow all exhibiting a little bit higher relative volume than the old SPY. For those of you Brokerage Plus users out there, had a good report the other day, Tuesday it was, about the testing for Ameritrade. So that Ameritrade users will be able to use Brokerage Plus. Testing is going well, so let's all keep our fingers crossed. Who knows, maybe by the time this test drive is over, it'll be a viable connection to Ameritrade, which is going to be huge. What do I think about Snap? Well, let's just pull it up here. Definitely been a wild ride for Snap, coming all the way up from $8 and change to current lofty levels of $41 and change. So it's coiling up. You know, notice what we got going on here. The 10 period seems to be in control, all right? And of course, well above all the other fanned out moving averages. So this is a really tight little chart that we're looking at here, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. Where is Snap in relation to? Yeah, well, tell you what, let's do a little experiment here. It might not be on here. It looks like all the others, but let's just run a little test here. Let's just get rid of the stuff here and just see what Snap's metrics are via the columns. Okay, so notice we got a really good score on Snap. Must have been the short float, perhaps, that wasn't 10%. Yeah, see, short float's only 7%. That's why it wasn't showing up on the A table. A table's requiring a 10% short float. But having said that, it is definitely an A student right now. This is a very good chart that we're seeing here. You know, if we drew a few little trend lines there, you know, going sideways here, if the 10 period can hold, you know, we're going to be creeping up here to these all-time high levels, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that happen. You know, we've already been in this area up here for, this is the third week, so it's looking strong. That is for sure. Well, let's go ahead and look at some of the other social media stocks. Twitter not faring so well. Lots of things going on with Twitter. Lots of uncertainty regarding certain topics like censorship. Yes, Esther, I would definitely consider a high score rating. And then if you like what's going on with the moving averages, like we're seeing in Snap here, those are all very positive factors for potential swing trade candidates. Now, your risk is going to be a little bit different for each and every person. Since it's hugging the 10 period so tightly here, trying to swing this thing and using the 10 period or, a slight dip below it probably would not keep you in the trade. It might, but, as far as snap goes, I have to use a little bit, if I was going to take a stab at snap for a swing trade, I'd probably be using this area here. The swing exit down here is a little too juicy for my taste, and basically this is always keying off of the 20-day range. So that's a little bit large of a stop loss. But here at 41.74, 38.50ish, much more reasonable. If it remains strong, we stay in. And of course, sometimes we get stopped out. If we back it out to the weekly, I'd have to say a little bit below what we're seeing right here. But it's tightening up nicely on the weekly, as long as it can stay in this area right here. Of course, once we have a big candle like this, if we do penetrate this area, then anything in that candle body would be fair game. And we'd have to go back, looking at that gap there. All depends on your risk tolerance. A lot of people like to use dailies. You can take smaller risk typically. If you're looking at the weekly for those areas of potential support, it's going to be a lot bigger of a price move, so you have to scale your shares down accordingly. Yeah, Esther, that's what we're doing here. We're looking at patterns. All right, Curran did continue that little run that we were talking about there. We were looking at it in this candle here. I was saying, well, the train has already left the station, right? Didn't want to chase it here. Of course, chase would have paid off in this in this scenario, but chasing usually ends badly. Too much slippage. MTEM, a little bit of an energy expenditure before getting up to its range break here, but working nonetheless. A lot of things trending up nicely, and if we look at all the stocks coming through these tickers, you're going to notice exceptionally high relative volume. This ticker over here, pretty dead. No big surprise there because these are things hitting all-time lows. So all we see are a bunch of obscure lower cap stocks, which is not surprising. This is interesting right here because it appears to be a recent IPO. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This stock has only been in existence for 7 days. Not the best environment for an IPO. Well, can't really say that. Appears to have been a great environment for an IPO, but looks like this guy opened at $19.95. We'll just call it $20 up here, and has been getting sold off every day since then. So this is where I like to anchor VWAPs on these IPOs, because with a limited amount of trading, you're like, well, I could try to use this as an area of support. Just think about it. If you were getting long yesterday and you're like, okay, I'll use the bottom of this candle, you're already out. But if I click on the little anchor over here and I anchor to the first day of trading, now we got the purple line here. This is the volume weighted average price of all the shares that have traded hands since this thing has been alive, right? And clearly acting as a whack-a-mole here, keeping that price action down. Now, as the days progress, Maybe we flatline here for a little bit, but as soon as we get a daily candle closing above that anchored VWAP, that could be a good indicator that the tide is turning. A really great example of that, some of my co-workers are in. Unfortunately, I am not in this trade. I wish I was. But Ride, another electric vehicle manufacturer. You can see down here, Lordstown Motors. Market cap, almost 3 billion. This is definitely a low floater. Oops, what did I do to my pen there? Pardon me while I adjust. Okay, so check out this float. I mean, we usually consider low floaters 20 million shares in the float or less. This thing's got 915,000 shares in the publicly traded float. So if we do the anchor VWAP exercise over here, anchor to the first day of trading. All right. Let's see, Wednesday, Tuesday. Okay, we were below that anchored VWAP. We got the close here, and then it's been click, click, off to the races. Very limited amount of data, so, not too far. Just a hop, skip, and a jump if we continue to grind upwards here. If the stock did take a pullback, I would expect it to potentially find support here at the VWAP, right? We were below it, now we're above it. So one of two things is going to happen. We're going to come retest it, see if it acts as support, or when we're going to maybe go sideways. 3 possibilities. Come test the VWAP, sideways price action, or a continued move higher. And then once it gets up here, that is in essence just another range break, except it's happening on daily candles as opposed to what we see over here happening on the old intraday. So a lot of the times, Ride getting a little weak after the open, but let's say it had consolidated and instead of going down, what if this price action here was up here and then we got a range break on the intraday? And then we are anticipating a range break in the not too distant future. It's the same pattern. It can just happen on multiple time frames, what we also can refer to as fractal. Speaking of IPOs, I developed an IPO watch list not too long ago, but there have been many IPOs since then. We'll take a peek at some of these. Shrink that down a bit. Interesting, right? Okay, notice, of course I've got all my other moving averages on there, but the purple line is the volume weighted average price. There was a nice little mix up there. All these moving averages along with VWAP, as soon as we got that kick up, bam, 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 off to the races. But when you see all these moving averages coalescing along with the VWAP, I'd say that's a pretty good indicator. Not saying it's a guaranteed win, but more forces in play there than just the VWAP. This little guy not looking so spry. Notice what we had here. VWAP keeping it down. Once this range was broken, more downside. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to attach the score just to see what it shows for some of these IPOs. I don't expect to see many high scores, but I could be wrong. Looks like the highest one on the list is an 80, which not too bad. Notice the wick at the VWAP there, well above it here, pulled back. VWAP acted as a nice trampoline for a little sideways action before a move higher. And really, in my opinion, playing IPOs, whether it's 5 days, 10 days, 20 days of action, um, this is a really cool way to get nice potential pivot areas for any IPO or any stock with limited trading data, which is typically just IPOs. You got other ones in there that do weird reverse splits and everything. But the anchored VWAP is definitely a fun tool to use for potential areas of interest when we're looking at IPOs. Once again, notice how the stock reacts at these anchored VWAP areas. Boom, boom, and boom before that move higher. Academy Sports and Outdoors, I kind of thought those guys had been around for a while already, but I guess they were private that whole time. But not anymore. Anchored VWAP way in control along with the 10 period. Check in on the dollar one more time. Man, just kind of grinding along after a pretty significant gap down. What did we close at? 25.22 and an open of 25.01. So a big 21 cents. Looks like a huge gap. Only 21 cents, but hey, that's about 1%. Little bit less than 1% on a $25 instrument. And, trying to hypothesize a positive case for the US dollar is a little hard to do at this point in time. Never mind the fact that we've increased the money supply by 3 times. But a lot of other uncertainty out there, which is why we see the gold and the silver and the Bitcoin heading higher. All right, a little time check here. We got about 15 minutes left. Be a good time to get any questions in if you guys have them. And Holly's strategy complement not near as packed as what we've seen in the past. Pardon me for a second. All right, the crowd is still good. So either you guys are watching the Flintstones or just very mesmerized by my voice, or you don't have any questions. It's all good. It's all good. But if you do have any questions, please feel free. Just seeing if that's the same version. And yeah, this kind of tells the temperature of the market as a whole, right? Usually I've got a nice little assortment, or over the past week I've had a nice little assortment of stocks, whether it be 15 relative volume or 10. And I switched this one back to 10 and still barely have anything showing up here. With minimal filtering, all right, well, let's turn this up to 25 and see if we get more things showing up. All right, there we go. Leap. Okay. Definitely has to be an IPO. No other, no other explanation. And of course, we can see massive volume pumping through Leap today with a whopping 727 shares. Wow. Don't even have the fields filled in here. Merger capital stock exchanges and acquisitions. Okay. A little vague there. And this must be a test symbol. Notice this, tick pilot test control. They'll slide some test symbols in every once in a while. That must be what that is. Obviously, looking at this stock is not something I would ever want to execute on. Seen a bunch of thinly traded things pop through here. REZI looking resilient today. That was a nice juicy little gap up from 1136 to about a 3-point gap up on Resi, and remaining strong as the day progresses. And this little guy's been a constant show up on this smoke and fire list. Not the most impressive price action today. And being taken a beating today. Yep, but definitely the list is losing its luster. Maybe next week it'll pick back up. But that brings up a good point, because no matter what it is, whatever you're doing in the market, you might have a good run, but eventually many things stop working. So that's why we're constantly having to retool. That's why Holly is constantly having to reanalyze and recalculate each and every night to see if anything's changed with the new infusion of daily tick data. The bottom line is everything needs tweaking at some point. Seeing a lot of 0.25s, a lot of negative 0.25s here because earnings still with us. But starting to fade. Let's see when Harley's last trade was. Let's see here. Yeah, so after about 10 o'clock my time, no more action from Holly. So she was pretty active about the first hour and a half, and then it seems that things have went to sleep for a little bit. XPEV here, great example of conservative and moderate profit spread here. Notice in moderate profit, had we stayed in it, we'd be up significantly. If we followed Holly's exit advice, which was a profit save, not really a profit there, a small loss perhaps when the order was given, maybe it was in the money a little bit, but the bottom line is a big difference between negative 22 and positive 144. It looks like after she closed it, then the stop loss was hit. All right, so she closes it early. Oh no, actually I'm reading that wrong. Let me scan out here. Entry bar here, and a nice little upturn before cycling back down and getting really close to that stop area. So this was on the way up. Then we skirted the stop loss area right here. So in other words, we're up nicely here. Yay. As we see it come back down, boo. We have to make the decision. Do we think it's going to go tag that stop area again? Or do we sit and hold in hopes that the stop holds? In this case, it did. But it was very close. Sometimes when we decide to ignore the conservative risk exit reason, we can stay in that trade and get paid. Other times it'll stop us out. This one came extremely close, but if we would have stuck to our original hard stop, we would have gotten to enjoy the upswing here. So that's another good thing to do. Anytime you see the AI closing a position, take a peek, see why it's closing it, check out the chart, evaluate it, and say, you know what? If you're already in the trade, you're going to hold it because you think it's got more left in it. Sometimes you might make an entry based off of an exit of that nature. All right, Barry tells me that he is back in the chair. So, Barry, if you're ready to take it, I will gladly kick it back over to you. Stand by 1 second. All right, Barry, it's been a pretty quiet crowd, so I'm going to go ahead and kick it back over to you. I want to thank everybody for popping in, and have a profitable rest of the day, and best of luck tomorrow as well. I'll be stopping streaming here, Barry, in 3, 2, 1. See you guys later.
I never really know if the 200-day moving average is that big a deal on ETFs. All right, so I guess I'm in the YouTube feed. Okay, yeah, this is. I guess this is it. I maybe a week before or the week before that. Maybe there are companies that's just not. Maybe they've staggered it more. All right, thank you, Jamie. Maybe they've staggered it more then, because I know last time I don't think there was a week that had 1,500 in this particular go around with earnings. I may be wrong, but I don't recall. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Earnings or no earnings, there's always something to trade with trade ideas. Even this one, ORCC, what the heck are you? Released earnings after hours. Oh, I remember this one, yes. I remember seeing this pattern on the weekly chart just doing nothing. Okay, thank you, Frank. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, now here is an earnings play. Did not see this. Did not see this in the pre-market. Really didn't have that much happening in the pre-market. Look at this daily chart for ecom, and I mean, there's a little bit of room, and there could be some support in this area, 1450. That's over $1 away, underneath the whole number. Let's take a look on the weekly. Yeah, same kind of thing. Monthly even worse or better. Too bad this is so extended. Ecom underneath that whole number looks like it's just wants to keep cascading down. Market is moving a little higher. Give me a second here, guys. Just looking for all these. So we do have a marijuana channel, a cannabis channel, the 420. I don't know how up to date it is. I could probably, but there it is. Weed Watchers, it's called, the Weed Watchers, okay? So I'm sure that's going crazy. All right, guys, I'm going to do my video now. What a video. So before I do that, I'm just going to pop the link to my video. You want to subscribe to it. It's all free, of course. Okay, so if you do click on my homepage link, click on the link, and you will see right here. Watch the video, the recap video, click here, sign up for it. So I usually finish no later than 1:25, and it normally gets sent out a couple hours after, at least within a couple hours after I do it via email. So you can sign up for it right there. And let me just get the announcement in. All right, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute, and I'll see you at around All right, guys, I am back, and today is Thursday, so there is the marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Somebody said they are. Yeah, somebody said the Fed is at 2. Well, today, so it would be at 2. Yes. Yeah, thank you for that. Real, yeah, we don't. We definitely encourage no posting of links in this room, just to be on the safe side. I'm fine, Asif. Welcome. I'm fine. All right, guys. Zine. I think this is another cannabis play. Yeah, another cannabis play. Zine, Z-Y-N-E. Oh gosh. Sorry, guys. Just... All right. I am just got a little applause here. So for XPAV. No, that's wrong. I've got something else applauding. I'm talking about my an alert. So what was that? 120? Just give me a second here. Ah, that's what it is. Okay. I know I'm talking to myself. All right, how is XPAV doing? I stuck this in just in case, okay, in my watch list. I mean, really, I did not think it would, I usually don't have anything in my watch list that is over 20, but zoom in on a specific time frame. No, I mean, you know how to change the time frames, right? Or do you not know how to change the time frames? So I'm not sure I understand. No, I'm going to say no. If you're talking about like a 5-day 2-minute chart, or a 5-day 5-minute chart, things like that, no. Is that what you mean? Yeah, no. You mean, I mean, no. Other than doing, other than doing this, no. You can't just. I see what you're saying. To just have 10 and 12 and that's it. No. I mean, in theory, I suppose if I shrunk this down, no, but no, you can't say I only want to see the 5-minute candles between 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock. Is that what you mean? No. I see this just got halted for news. XPO just got halted because of news. That can't be the news. I mean, I see the news. It says their earnings release is scheduled after hours, but we know that. That can't be the news. I mean, that can't be the reason for the halt. Okay, so I don't share my layout as such. I share many, many, many windows that you can pick from, or many scans that you can pick from, all right? Let me show you how you can do that. All right, so from my home page, click on the home page, my home page link, and where it says my scans, click here. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. All right. Now the only caveat is that these are accessed from my channel. Okay, these ones are accessed from my channel. So if you click on New, Channel Bar, and then my watch list, and again, everything in, I don't have to repeat myself all the time, but somebody's going to forget, and they're not going to be happy. So remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, and you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure you save if you have a layout already that you're looking at, make sure you save it to the cloud first, and then you can click on mine. You'll get these 3 windows plus some others. You will, if you do it right now, you're not going to see the early alerts. Now, if you're part of the test drive, what I would do is you can also find it from the room drive icon up here, and where it says scans that I share, download. So if you're part of the test drive, when you click on download, that'll go to a Word document, and then you can, so you'll have it as a Word document, all the different links, and then you can take a look at them more at your leisure. All right, and if you're part of the test drive, so over the weekend, you can, you can take a look at the scans, and you can maybe say, okay, I wouldn't mind having that one and that one, creating a layout out of my scans, if that's what you want to do. Yeah, I mean, this is just amazing. I mean, this is an earnings play. I saw it. I did see it. This was the action pre-market. It released earnings after hours yesterday. What really caught my eye, though, was, wow, I mean, look at that float, 3.6 million in the float. So, people are asking me, well, what are you going to look at? I said, well, I mean, anything with that low of a float, and with earnings, and with a little bit of anytime a company releases earnings, typically that's when it's going to really be trading abnormally. So this is how abnormal this is trading today. 9.3 million shares. That's a lot of shares. 3.6 million in the float. So it's it's going to probably by the end of the day it'll turn the float over 3 times. But this is 556 times normal. That's what that relative volume means. So I mean that's how abnormally this is trading. You can't even see. I mean, if you look at the last month, I mean, look how little volume. These are the little volume bars. You know, these are the daily. You know, can't even see them really. I mean, because exponentially, this is just dwarfing them all. So Ping is an earnings play. I know that. Another earnings play. Well, oh, I see Ecom was here. All right, guys, I'm bushed again. This is there's so much news going. You know, the other thing that I mean, I don't really concentrate on Bitcoin at all. You know, at all. But you know, there's another sector that is just ripping. You know, I know there's some small ones that are doing well, but you know, what would be a big Bitcoin trade? I mean, I remember Overstock during the craze was a big Bitcoin player. I guess we could, maybe only because they were accepting Bitcoin. I don't know. But other than those, you know, all those crazy little ones like Riot and Mara, I really don't know. Like, what is a big Bitcoin player, stock wise, or is it just you just have to do the crypto, do it crypto wise? Well, I know Overstock, but I look at it more. Weren't wasn't it just because? I mean, I remember that month. And we gotta go back here. You know, this is when. I mean, this has nothing to do with Bitcoin here. Zero to do with Bitcoin. All this move. Yeah, I know Riot, but when I'm looking for something a little more, somebody's mentioning Riot. I mean, I know Riot, blockchain. I just lumped them all together. Crypto. Well, people are saying KBSF, but why? Oh no, I was again. I thought you were suggesting that this had something to do with Bitcoin. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's sort of that's kind of the ETF for it. GBTC. That's. I mean, it seems crazy to me that it's still listed as a pink. I mean, you would think there would be an official Bitcoin ETF. I mean, I guess this is, I suppose you could call this it, but you know, a lot of people won't trade pink sheet stocks. No, this is hardly, you know, I mean, it's got always got great volume. Spread is usually, you know, fine. So this is not a typical pink sheet stock, of course, or pink sheet play. Losing my voice. Just wow, Nio's almost at JP Morgan's little target of 40. Did it get there? Not quite. I haven't looked at this one for a while. This is the one that yeah. Well, listen. I mean, you know, Candy had the really interesting news. I guess that's all we'll have to call it. Interesting news yesterday. EPA clearance to sell their vehicles in the United States. Big China stock, auto stock, maker. It's cheap. I mean, the car itself is cheap. I think somebody said that you know, $17,000, and with a rebate of about, or credit of some sort of about 7,000. So it's definitely an affordable EV, electric vehicle. And I keep thinking that, you know, eventually this might start to catch up to those other three, the LI. And I'm sure they don't have the same pedigree. I mean, these were, you know, big IPOs, XPEV, LI, and of course NIO. But if we believe, and what I might do at the end of the day, just in the simulator, is just take some of this and just, you know, hold it. You know, put a stop at the low of, say, 644, the low of that monthly candle. And because you know, if it's going to run, it's going to run a lot. If it runs a lot. Again, this is not a recommendation. I'm not trying to say this is a recommendation for everybody to load up on this. It just intrigues me that, you know, at some point will it start to catch up to the other ones. It's a lower float than the other ones. 39 million in the float. Did it hit? I didn't see that. Oh, now it did. Yes, now it did. Okay, I see what you mean now. No. Yeah, I mean, you're complete chase mode. So we're almost getting a double here from the trade of the week 3 weeks ago. NIO, I think 22 trigger, almost a double now. Really profiting from the fact that JP Morgan got super bullish on that sector in China and put a $40 price target on it. And so within 3 weeks, there it is. Doesn't always happen that way, of course, but in this particular case, man. And you can see it was right here. On this day, that's a Monday, I believe, the 13th. That was the day of the trade of the week for it. It really didn't do too much. You had all sorts of time to get in it. And then this is the day that JP Morgan said, you know, put the big buy recommendation on it. I thought it was 40. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was 40. Maybe they've adjusted it, but I thought it was 40. But whatever it is, it was in the 40s. How's that? But look at all the moves in them. I mean, look at this monthly move here for XPAV. I mean, I'm sorry, this is I'm getting ahead of myself here. You know, I mean, this is 50%, 20, 33, more than 50% this month. Remember, this month, we're only 4 days. This is the 5th. So, LI, 21 up to 28. Not quite as big an increase in terms of percent, but remember, this is just this month. This is only 5 days here. And so it's actually 4 trading days, including today. Yeah, I mean, WKHS, it's the only difference is, I mean, all those other ones we've talked about are China autos. WKHS is US based, Ohio. I mean, it's had its, it did have an incredible run also. But look at the difference in the weekly charts, of those compared to, NIO. Look at this weekly chart and the other three. So I think it is, this is very specific to the fact that these are all China. Yeah, I know this is not what I think all you have to do is once you've established your link, is shut down IB first and then trade ideas. And then when you load trade ideas, then do the reverse, load trade ideas and then IB tomorrow, and the link should still be there. That's not how I do it. I just I just disable my link. I just go to external linking and I just disable it. And then I enable it the next day and it seems to work fine. But I think the recommendation is shut down your brokerage platform first and then trade ideas, so that trade ideas remembers the link, and then do the reverse, start up trade ideas and then IB, and then it should be the link should be done, so you don't have to do it every day. Mr. Z3 M25, what are you, a robot? But welcome. Whew. Okay, what is MRIN? What do they do? Marin Software. So it must be a California course. Another earnings play. It's too bad, guys. Yeah, we're right at the end of earnings season. How exciting was it? Right in the pandemic, election. Oh man, talk about all the other stuff going on. This used to be one I like to follow. Oh, look at this one, Despegar. Travel related. Everyone? No, not everyone. There are a lot of swing traders in here. Yeah, there's the 200-day moving average right here. I would say that probably not swinging right now, a little bit risky because of with all the political stuff going on, a little bit risky. Normally we have a trade of the week every week that we send out Monday mornings, and we decided not to send one. Steve Gomez, Trade Ideas, he originates the majority of them, and he said, you know what? The best thing to do this week is to stay in cash. What a steady move on that 2-minute chart for Resi. Look how steady this is, even though it's a 2-minute chart. Yeah, so William's just being I better put my mute button on. He's being I don't think in the 5 years I've been doing this, I don't think I have said a bad word yet in accidentally. I don't think anyway. It is amazing. Not that I'm a prolific swearer at the best of times, but you know, this is an intense business sometimes. You know, when you're in trades and all of a sudden, you know, something, even if it works for you. Well, we do have other people now, so I don't know, Dan. I don't know real. You know, officially, I don't know. You know, a lot of it is probably up to me too. It's not that you know. It's not that this has just been for me. This has just been a tough couple of days. That's all. Maybe I am a member of the Fed. Yes. Somebody said the car made a new high. Wow, look at the market. Market is just, you know, keeps look a little ominous right here. It's a little ominous when we had, even on the 30-minute, you know, that's an hour and a half. It was starting to move down. At 15-minute, that candle kind of caught my eye. Thought, okay. Looks like that was the biggest red candle of the day in terms of the body. But stopped in its tracks and now it's still moving higher, so. Vacation. What the heck is a vacation, Marcus? That I definitely don't have, Torps. What we did last vacation is Real opened the room. There was nobody on the mic, but he handled it text-wise, and I'm sure he did a spectacular job answering questions left and right. All I ask is that, you know, the room is open. I don't even want to call it a job. The main thing is to make sure that nobody gets off topic, and just in case we get spammed and things like that. That's all I really care about. No, really, Emmanuel. Mild case, I'm assuming. Okay, good. Good to know. I actually do not know one person. Of course, I don't know a lot of people. Maybe that's it. I don't get out much. Well, Ozzy, I mean, somebody's asking, do I think that the cannabis sector will keep running? I mean, it's all political right now. So, I mean, the only reason it's doing what it's doing is, if you recall, the Democrats said that they would attempt anyway to decriminalize it. So, I mean, if you think that the Democrats are going to win, okay, thank you, Julio. So, I mean, that's the only reason this is going up like it is. There's no other reason. There were a few states that legalized it too. I mean, I guess you can also point to that. What you need, which I guess will never happen, well, I shouldn't say never, never's a long time, but blanket legalization like we have in our country. I can't imagine. I just can't imagine, going province to province, where some province it's legal and another province it's not. I just can't imagine having that in our country. No, it is a state thing, absolutely. States' rights. Yeah, so MC, New Jersey and Arizona. And Oregon really went crazy on a few others. A little harder stuff, but hey. Well, illegal federally in terms of the banking, right? I mean, that's really all it is, isn't it? As I understand it. A trend reversal, ACB. No, Resi, another unbelievable little earnings play that you probably never heard of before. Residio or hardware stores. Now, I know there's going to be somebody, oh, I know them, they're right down the corner from me. I understand. But, in terms of big recognition, I don't think there's a lot of recognition for this. I may be wrong, I don't know. But look at this move here on the weekly chart. I mean, look at this candle. Look at this daily chart. I mean, this could easily, so this is one to watch tomorrow. This could be one of those second day continuation off earnings. Look left on that monthly chart, 22, right? I mean, you've got a lot of resistance around 22. So, no, I don't know what happens real. I heard the beep, but I did not see it. I don't understand what happens. I don't know about a trend reversal. I mean, obviously, if it keeps going, but I'm still wary of the cannabis plays. I mean, it's that simple. I mean, it's huge volume. Look at this volume, 91 million. I mean, it may trade the float. 120 million in the float. It may trade the float today. I mean, this is the biggest volume day in, I don't know, in history for it, but okay, real. I just read that. Yeah, it's definitely something to consider. Thanks for that. I'll. Yeah, I mean, we should. We've never actually talked, but maybe we should actually talk. But okay, thank you for that. So in terms of I don't have a target for candy today. It's not that I'm in it. I'm not even I haven't even taken the trade. My thing is that yesterday's high was right up here. No, I'm sorry, that's not correct. Was right up here around just over 9. I'd love to see it get close to that. This is just me kind of thinking that it's a China automotive stock and it's really lagging the other ones. Understanding that the other ones were all IPOs, there's probably some huge names behind them. Okay, this is not the same. I get all that. So this is just my kind of thinking out loud, maybe. Did they actually? Yeah, I have no idea why they would do it. Where are they out of? No, they're U.S. stock too. I have no idea. That's so well, you know. I want to call it stupid. We had it like what made them do it now instead of waiting 2 hours and doing it when they said they were going to do it. Yeah, it's about it's. We'll go down and see them and ask them, William. Okay, and report back to us tomorrow. I can't imagine you having a former boss. But I guess at some point, everybody, unless you never had to work, always had a boss somewhere. All right, guys. So this marketing meeting is going to start in about 5 minutes. Mr. Chief Operating Officer. Oh. Good night, Real. Thanks for the last half hour yesterday. I did appreciate that. Thank you very much. And guess what just got halted, guys? This is Insanity Plus. Look at this one. Just got halted. APVO. I mean, I was saying right here, it looked like it was kind of resting a little bit, and the spread wasn't too bad. And now look at this move, 300,000 shares, and look at the move, new high of the day, and it just got halted. What do I always rely on? Very few indicators, SRN, that I use, but I always rely on the 200-day moving average. Okay. I mean, I do know where the VWAP is. Okay, but for me, I mean, what I'm really always looking at is the 200-day moving average. Other than that, I'm not using a lot of other indicators. No, that's just me. I mean, there are people out there that use a lot of different indicators, and that's fine. I've just never found, I find them, too many just confuses me. So I keep it to for me, a bare minimum. All right, guys, I'm just going to load my Zoom. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute right now. So I'll be just put the announcement in, but I'm going to put myself on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back and just winding into the end here. Man, oh man, you know what? While I was on that marketing call, good thing I didn't. I almost shorted this ANCN. There were shorts available. I don't think there are any shorts available now. Let me just see here. I don't think there are any shorts available now. But I almost shorted it right here on that little two pop. I saw these topping tails. I thought, okay, no shorts available now. I'm almost 100% sure they were. But man, oh man, what a look at these moves. 7.2 million in the float. I mean, it's only up 58% now. But remember, when this was up here at 272. That was more, well, 100%, over 100%. My goodness. You know what else is starting to move a little bit is that KXIN. It's another in the auto sector in China. It's a real small one. Had some news pre-market, CEO, COO resigning, and they're, I don't know, merging with another company or something like that. So that got market all excited pre-market. Market opens, nothing. Trying to come back a little bit now, KXIN. Yeah, well, PG, you know, I'm being asked my feelings about Uber. I mean, obviously Uber yesterday and Lyft, they won a big deal in California. I mean, that was the reason why it popped yesterday. Okay, it does have earnings. Well, had earnings. Or is this wrong? Okay, so we have it pre-market on the 5th, so obviously that is wrong. Just make sure that, yeah, after hours, so that's after hours, yeah. No, you're right. I mean, we have it to pre-market. Just give me a second here. To make sure, November 5th pre-market, yeah. But anyway, I don't know. I mean, I don't gamble on earnings at all. I would never try to predict what their earnings are going to be. I mean, earnings, I don't think for a lot of these companies, especially, you know, ride sharing, etc., when their probably business was way down. The big news here is, you know, the news is here, you know, from yesterday's in the election with what California for both Lyft and Uber saying, I guess they were exempt from having them classified as full-time employees. How it's going to trade, you know, after earnings, I don't know. I just don't even, like, so, I mean, if you were asking me because you want to take the trade ahead because of what I would never trade through earnings. It's that simple. And not just with Uber, but any company. It's just not my style. I just don't do that. When does Lyft have? So Lyft is November 10th. So interestingly, I mean, Lyft is, you know, if you looked at this, you know, Lyft is certainly not as strong as Uber. Say, I mean, it's the same news for both of them yesterday, but you know, Uber is still kind of strong today. Maybe in anticipation of what people think are going to be good earnings or a positive reaction to earnings. So I don't use the interactive brokers charts, Bob, at all. So I can't answer that. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I am sorry, guys. You know, the guy obviously knew that I wasn't. So I'm sorry, guys, for that idiot posting all that news. Okay, sorry about that. Just got banned. Yeah, Uber Eats is probably not. I mean, it's probably not that bad. Sure, they've done reasonable business. Stop it. Yeah, sorry, my cat. All right, there I got rid of Mr. Penny Stock. Well, ONCT wasn't that an earnings play? It was an earnings play. That's what it was. You know, having its day, it hardly. I mean, look at that, 2.3 thousand times normal. 73 million, 13 million in the float. What's that? It's probably by the end of the day that'll trade the float 6 times. Did they have news yesterday too? Okay, but today is. Well, okay, because I'm sorry. So they had earnings yesterday, but I do see, okay, lead drug propels ONTC, ONCT up. So yeah, so I guess they did have some news. New deal. You're right. I'm my eyes, man. Oh man, November 4th post market. You know, okay. This is why I said that. I consider post market being basically an earnings play today, because look, there was no reaction whatsoever. Okay, but the reaction. But you're probably right. I mean, what earnings does this company possibly have? No, I know. I'm not saying a penny. You're right, but I mean, a guy came in here and obviously spammed the room. It's not so much how much, Cam. It's well, first of all, I mean, most of the things that we see have got plenty of volume. Like overall volume or relative volume. That's not the issue. The issue is, I'm sure, it's right there. For instance, IAG as an example. So look at on the 5. Look at on the 2 minute. Even look at on the 15. I mean, this still has 4 minutes. So it's in relation to the previous ones. So it's not the absolute volume, but when I see something that's like sticking out, that means that obviously traders are getting interested again. So it's not, this happens to be 274,000. It's not that I would say, well, it's got to be 300,000, or it'll be in relation to what happened before. And that's sort of, so it's an eyeball test more than anything, if that makes sense. So you always hear me say, I mean, ooh, look at the volume that came in. And that's because I can see on the chart a big volume bar. Well, I'm not saying it has to be twice. I mean, I'm not, because I'm eyeballing it, right? I don't know if that's twice that one. I mean, it's probably even more. But it's not just the previous one. It's looking at, what was happening before. I mean, obviously we had this huge move at the beginning of the day. I'm sorry, at 11:15, and then it tailed off. Now, this one looks like it's going to be, by the time it closes, it'll probably be the second biggest candle of the day. So I mean, it's starting to be significant as an example. So it doesn't mean there's no ratio that I'm actually using. It's just sort of the eyeball test. You know, I can see, look at this. I mean, right there, look at all the previous 2-minute charts or candles, bars. It's bigger. So, you know, there's some sort of enthusiasm is coming in. You can go right to, if you Google minutes of Fed meetings or something like that. That was in fact, I don't even know. Normally what I do, it sort of came and went with like nothing. Oh, that's right. Well, I had my Zoom meeting. It's hard to believe there was one because usually what I do is I put the SPY chart in and there was no reaction whatsoever. Usually you'll see some reaction up and down a little bit, but there's probably no reaction whatsoever. Oh, I know. In the old days, I mean, old days meaning 2 years ago, we really haven't seen huge reactions out of the Fed meetings for quite a while now. It used to be that I would hardly hold anything through the meeting, even if it was a stock that in theory would fly under the radar. I would get rid of everything. Wait for the meeting to maybe 5 to 10 minutes before the meeting. But now I don't even think about it. Now, if I had a name stock, something that I knew was going to be affected by the overall market, probably. But I'm not in too many of those. We're in these ones that really fly under the radar, which is great. Not too affected by the overall market. That was a heck of a short. If anybody got it up here, I don't know. I know it was shortable for a while for me, ANCN, because while I was in the meeting, I was watching these little topping tails right over 2. I thought, okay, and then it dropped below 2, got up above 2, dropped below. I thought, you know what? I'm going to short this. And then it popped, so I'm glad I didn't. I mean, just profit taking, I mean, I'm amazed it made this move here. I was quite amazed it made that move. But just profit taking. I mean, 2.8 million in the float. Remember where it came from. I mean, I don't think it's any. I know somebody was posting all the reasons why this is such a great stock right now, but I mean, I don't think it's bad news or anything like that. It's just, eventually it's going to run out of steam. Well, that might be. Maybe they do, but where do you pick? Where do you pick the bottom? Where does your son pick the bottom? Yeah, exactly. Boy, Nio is still super strong. Well, let's see what this candy is doing. It's still looking, it's still kind of choppy. I mean, I'm not, I want it to take this high out. And if it does, I may It's just a little choppy though. I mean, look at all these. Excuse me. Even on a 30-minute chart, when you get big topping tails, I have some little bottoming tails, but usually, on a 30-minute chart, it should be, in my opinion, it should be smoother. So listen, I may be completely and utterly wrong. I mean, it's not costing me anything because I'm not in it, but I might be completely and utterly wrong in my premise that at some point it'll catch up. I don't mean, get to be a $40 stock, but it'll catch up with the other three China automakers. But at this point, there's no real reason to get into it. Yeah, Solo, nice little Vancouver company, is another electric EV in that sector. Yeah, it could be. Yes. So the instructions should have been there when you signed up. You can go to the website though, and I'm sure you can download it. You won't be able to access it yet because I think that I can't remember how it works. The password and you have to your password and username was created, I believe, when you went through the sign up procedure, and then, but you can go to the home site. I'm sure you can download the program right now. Let me just. No, I wasn't on mute. Well, I was on mute, but I'm not anymore. Oh, I see. On mute. Oh, yeah. Forgot to remove the instructions. Yes, it says so. Okay. So if you go to my homepage, Don, if you go to my homepage, click on that link, and then go to download software, and I'm told, yes, this is now the production version. So download right here. So that production version now will have, of course, this in there. Okay, so sure, you just download it, and I was told give it about an hour after the market closes, and then put in your username and password, and you'll have access to the program. Of course, there's no live data. The market's closed, but you'll start getting live data at 7 o'clock Monday morning. I would also take a look at this, the 20 short lessons. And just one moment, please. Okay, so for Canadian stocks, I will give you this. This is a script that I give to anybody asking about Canadian stocks. So it's just it's sort of a boilerplate version, okay? Julia, where are you? Okay, so I'll just put it down here. So just briefly with Canadian stocks, I mean, okay, a couple of things. We don't support Canadian data in the charts, so there's no charting. But typically, I guess you can use your Canadian broker's charts. The other thing is that I know it's going to sound crazy, but you won't see the volume and you won't see the price. Okay, but you can set up exactly the same way, alert windows and top list windows, so that when you get an alert, I mean, you can create a filter so that you're only going to see stocks between the range you want. You can do everything exactly the same. You're just not going to see the price and you won't see the volume. but the price will be, in the range that you're looking for, and also the volume that you're looking for. Now, I know it sounds crazy, but first of all, when I get an alert, I'm not so much looking at the price or the volume. I'm clicking on it, and then it loads into my broker's platform. And then at that point, that's when I'm looking at the time and sales and the spread and all that stuff. I'm not really, I know that anything I'm seeing here is what I want to see because I've got my filters in place. Yeah, that's exactly it, Emmanuel. You too, Thomas. So I'll be just putting my closing the room at 3 p.m. I think it's just in time too. I think the leaf blower brigade is approaching, so they'll be outside my window. So it's just good timing. Yeah, I don't know shoes. I really don't know. The first time I shorted a stock, I really don't know. I can't remember. I mean, I remember that certainly in 2007, 8, that first financial crisis, I don't think I went long a stock for a year and a half. So before then, I really don't know. But I still don't quite get it, why people think it's such a weird thing to do. I don't quite get it. When you buy a stock, buy it, you're hoping it goes up in price. Now, never mind the mechanics of shorting, okay, what it actually means. But when you short a stock, you're just hoping it goes down. It's that simple. And so when you go long a stock, and it goes up for you, well, it's at some point you sell it, right? You short a stock and it goes down for you, then at some point you buy it. It's just the reverse. Yeah, no, I'm not talking you specifically shoes, but it's a common question. Oh, I can't short. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how it works. I don't know anything about it. Nothing, never mind the mechanics. The only issue can be whether or not your brokerage platform has shorts available for you. I mean, that's the issue. And you'll find out pretty quickly. You try to short something, and they might. Most brokerage platforms, there's a fairly identifiable way of finding out if a stock is shortable. And without getting too complicated, I mean, a real simple explanation. If your broker has a lot of people that are long the stock, they're lending you their shares. So if they, in a very, very, very simplistic way of explaining it. So if your broker doesn't have a lot of people that have bought the stock in inventory, then they're not going to then they have no stock to lend to you. But that I didn't want to say that because lend, buy, what does that even mean? So that's kind of the mechanics. This is it right there. Sell, short. I'm going to short it right at the market. Okay, 400 shares done. Okay, I mean so you can practice and then if I want to cover it, I just buy it. I just, if I want to get out of the trade, or I flatten, I use a hotkey and I just flatten the trade. I'm out. Not sure I did it. There we go. So I just flatten it. So I mean, yeah, theoretically, okay. That's really, really, really theoretical. The only time I've ever seen anybody really get nailed, You know, as if they're doing it, if they're holding something that's really, really crazy speculative overnight. But, you know, you could say the same thing for a lot of bios that people are long on, and they wake up the next morning and it's dropped 90%. Okay, so but that is a common, oh, I could lose everything. Yeah, I mean, again, I have to admit, I have never held a short overnight. I don't know why, I've just really never, but I'm not a big swing trader. You know, I don't hold many things overnight, whether they are long or short. But I mean, yeah, I mean, if you were one of these guys thinking, you know what, I think this is a piece of whatever, okay? And there you are, and you're holding on to a short, but you could do the same thing. This could be a long that you're chasing, you know, and it drops 10, 12, $15, okay? Overnight. I believe you need a margin account. But I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I don't know every single brokerage out there. There you go. Okay. All right. Yes, I think I'll shut the room down now, guys. Thanks a lot for all the help. Another exciting day. One more day before I do go, though. I will put the test drive link in. So you want to try us out for, it starts on Monday, so we're getting really, really close. You too, Emmanuel, and Julie, and anybody else saying goodbye to me. So again, you click on that test drive link, you'll be brought to this page right here, and you can sign up for it right here. And just read what it says, $8.99 for 2 full weeks of our premium service. Also open to those of you who are standard subscribers and want to try our premium service for a couple of weeks. You can do so. It will cost $8.99. After the test drive is over, nothing for you to do. You don't have to say, well, what if I don't want it? Well, when the test drive's over, it's over. We'll offer you a nice promo if you do want to take a subscription, but we don't put you into a subscription automatically. Okay? Yeah, that's a common question. All right, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. I have no idea what tomorrow is going to bring. Tomorrow is Friday. Maybe we'll have a little, well, I don't know if we'll have a clear picture of the election. Maybe a clearer one, but I'm sure there's going to be lots of commentary. So I will shut this down now. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.